You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with John Kane.
Good afternoon and welcome to our new edition of Football Live here at Brila FM on Sunday the 7th of May 2023 from our London studios with your host John Kane. Well, yesterday we had plenty of action, didn't we? We had plenty of Premier League games, 5 of them in fact, and today we got only 2. But I tell you what, these 2 games are very, very important. We have got to start with Newcastle against Arsenal, which will be kicking off in about half an hour or so with Billy Andrews. And then later on at 7 o'clock, we got the first half of West Ham United against Manchester United. But we also have other games, which is the games already started. Fortuna Sittard against Vitesse Arnhem, which has been watched by Tom Cooney, who's our deputy on the show today. But in about 5 minutes' time, Lyon Montpellier will kick off. Matt Key will be watching that one for us. Also, in about half an hour or so, Borussia Dortmund, who's trying to play catch up with Bayern Munich, who won in the end yesterday against Werder Bremen. They are playing Wolfsburg, and we got Ash Sandivold there. Later on, in about an hour or so, Napoli are playing Fiorentina with Dean Kilford, and of course, Napoli already won the league, so congratulations again for them, and congratulations for Victor Osimhen, the Super League superstar, who actually his goals made a big difference for that team. Later on as well, we've got Chelsea Everton ladies, and that'll be watched by Matt Temporal. It's a very important game for Chelsea to win the league, really. That's what it is. So, without further ado, let's go to Tom Cooney. It's about 50 minutes gone in the game in the Dutch Eredivisie. Tom, good afternoon, Tom. Still 0-0 between Fortuna Sittard and Vitesse, but who's looking better for the first few minutes of the game?
Good afternoon, John. So it's Vitesse doing all the early running in this game. Obviously a big one for both sides. Results have gone for them this weekend. All the sides below them have lost. So for these two, a win all but guarantees safety. Vitesse, the form team going into it, and they have started the better. No major chances of yet. A few set pieces, a few blocked shots, but they're doing all the early running in this one. Sittard not really got going yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a must-win game, isn't it? And for both teams, isn't it? To try and stay away from relegation zone when it comes to Eredivisie, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, you look at the form of the teams below. It doesn't look like anyone's going to have a perfect end to the season. So you'd probably say a win and a draw will be enough for these two sides. They have a small cushion at the moment, which they've kept because of the results going their way this weekend. But yeah, one result would be enough to take them clear. But Sittard, the last few they've had one win against already relegated Groningen, sandwiched in between defeat after defeat after defeat at the moment. So they're kind of in free fall at the moment. A result today would be huge for them.
Absolutely, Tom Cooney. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you very, very shortly for more updates on that game. Like I said, 60 minutes gone of that, and it's still 0-0. Now, in about a couple of minutes or so, we got a game in Ligue 1 that we're keeping an eye on. Lyon versus Montpellier. Lyon are 7th with 53 points, are 3 points behind Rennes with that game in hand that they're playing today. Montpellier are more or less, I think, settled for mid-table, 12 on position with 43 points. We got Matt Key watching that game. Good afternoon, Matt. We've got about a couple of minutes for that game to start, but it's a very important game for Lyon, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, Football Live listeners. The players are out of the tunnel here in France, and as you mentioned, a big game for Lyon, John. They've had a disappointing campaign, if truth be told, and then find themselves coming into this one in 7th place. Win of 3 goals or more would take them above Rennes and into 6th, and 3 points off of LOSC Lille in 5th place, which crucially is a Europa Conference place, which is the best that Lyon could hope for. So really important they find themselves in some sort of European football next season. They'll need to build on 4 wins in the last 5 games in all competitions to help achieve that goal. That's all despite the efforts of Alexandre Lacazette, the former Arsenal striker, who got told he didn't score enough goals while playing in England. That's not been the case this year. He's one of the top scorers in the league. He's 3rd with 20 goals, only behind Jonathan David of Lille and Kylian Mbappe. So that's not a bad record at all. As I say, players are out the tunnel now, just lining up for kickoff. Should be underway in about 2 minutes here It's Lyon at home to Montpellier.
Thank you very much, Matthew Gear. We'll be going back to him very shortly for more updates. And also, we're going to have a chat with him on that situation with Lionel Messi. We discussed that yesterday briefly. He's gone AWOL, didn't he? He went to Saudi Arabia and literally within a day or so, 24 hours later, Messi will be leaving PSG come the end of the season. So where's going to be his destination? Only Messi knows. Of course, he's been linked heavily with Al Hilal, $1 billion. You know, it's not bad, is it? To go and play in Saudi Arabian League, which already have Cristiano Ronaldo with Al Nassr. However, you wouldn't rule out him going to maybe Manchester City and with his old manager Pep Guardiola. But we shall have more discussion with Matt Key later on in the show. Just to let you know, just a few updates. The Scottish Premiership, it's half time at the moment between Rangers and Aberdeen, and it's 0-0. However, we've got 6 minutes to go between Hearts and Celtic are leading away by 2-0, which means if it stays as it is or Celtic winners get the 3 points, they'll be crowned as champions of Scotland. And of course, they're going to Ibrox next week. So we shall see what happens then. But if it seems like they've already won the league today, Hearts are playing with 10 men. They've got a player sent off just before half time. So it doesn't look well for Hearts at all at the moment. Now, we're going to have a chat with Billy Andrews. We're going to bring him in to talk. He's keeping an eye, in fact, on Newcastle Arsenal today, which is starting in about 24 minutes or so. Good afternoon, Billy. Just before we go to the team news, you were watching Chelsea yesterday against away to Bournemouth. Chelsea, it was a well-needed win in the end, wasn't it? I mean, doesn't matter what we say about Frank Lampard, but his players finally have delivered 3 points for their manager.
Yeah, first win in 7 after a run of 6 games without a win for Frank Lampard and Chelsea. But what struck me is something different that I saw on Tuesday night when they lost at the Emirates to Arsenal was for large parts of that game they controlled possession, they had the better chances, they were on top for large portions of the game, particularly players like Noni Madueke, who had about 6 or 7 chances but unfortunately didn't get the goal before the late ones from Benoit Badiashile and Joao Felix. Look, the season's over for Chelsea. They're not going to get any Champions League or any European places. The best they can hope for is a top half finish, but they could upset other teams. You know, they've got to play Manchester City, they've got to play Manchester United. They could have a potential say on where the title goes. They could have a potential say on who gets top 4 at the end of the season. So there are some things for them still to play, more than just pride, but they do need a good, proper manager to get a tune out of these players and make them a team, not just 11 individuals.
No, absolutely. And I think at the end of the day, it's a well-boosted win. But I think at the end of the day, and we discussed that as well, didn't we, yes, Billy, that he's not the right man for the job, isn't he, Frank Lampard? And I think probably the sooner the better that he leaves, the better that he can keep his legacy. And people remember, I remember years ago, Tottenham fans, they love Ozzy Ardiles, don't they? He is a legend in the club. But he nearly destroyed his reputation, didn't he? He became manager of Tottenham in the early 90s. He played with that famous 5, 9 up front, 2 in the back. He went complete pear-shaped, didn't it? And but he just left in the right time. Now, Frank Lampard probably needs to do the same, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he needs to also learn to say no to Chelsea, I think. If things do go wrong, say Pochettino comes in and say it doesn't go well for Pochettino and he's sacked, I think Frank has to say, no, I don't want to come back and be caretaker again. Because then, like you said, what happened with Ozzy Ardiles, his reputation, his legacy could become tarnished. Because Frank Lampard is a legend. There's no getting around that. And I said it yesterday, similar to Steven Gerrard, just because you're a fantastic player doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a fantastic manager.
No, absolutely. Well, today you're watching Newcastle Arsenal. It's a big game, isn't it? It's about 8 points, 7 points between them. Newcastle got a game in hand on Arsenal, in fact. So it's a game that Arsenal need to avoid to do a Spursy, didn't they? Like they did, aiming for the top 2 and then all of a sudden finishing 3rd if they slip really badly come the next few games. But Newcastle, are doing very, very well this season. They are playing from home. And Eddie Howe, he's very much in love with how things are shaping up at his club.
Yeah, I love to see those moments. I think that's happening more and more in the game, I believe. And I love to see it from my perspective as the manager, the players and the crowd interacting with each other positively. There's no better sight when we score or when the players ask the crowd for some noise, they deliver. We need that synergy. We need that relationship. We need that united feeling. And we have it at the moment and we want to keep it. And for me, it's one of the most important things that we do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Billy, Eddie Howe done wonders, isn't he, for Newcastle? We always knew, didn't we, from his days at Bournemouth, what he can do and what he can achieve and what he can inspire his players and the club. And Newcastle being the richest club in the world, haven't they, officially? But they really didn't use that much money for Newcastle to get to this stage, haven't they? I mean, it's all credit for Eddie Howe. Some of the players that were playing under Steve Bruce are recognisable under Eddie Howe.
Yeah, it's full credit to Eddie Howe, full credit to the coaching team and what they do at Newcastle. It's like you said, the shackles are off. There's a freedom about those players, and like they haven't spent massive amounts of money. I think that the two big money signings, you could list Alexander Isak and Bruno Guimaraes as the two big money ones that they've spent. But Eddie Howe was quick to dash away any rumours of Ronaldo and Neymar. It's like, we've not spent that way. If we're going to spend, we're going to spend sensibly, which I think they need to do. And it's just great to see St James's Park back with life to it, because under the previous regime, it was just a lifeless former husk of itself.
No, absolutely. Obviously, they're at Newcastle today with a big game at home. They're playing Arsenal. Of course, when they played their North London rival Spurs, it was quite demolition, wasn't it? But Arsenal are a different kettle of fish when it comes to how Spurs have been playing lately. And Michael Arteta, he actually seems to be, I'll say, in love with his captain, isn't he? And why wouldn't he? Because Martin Odegaard has been a tremendous player. And here's what he's got to say about his captain.
That's what we had to get out of him. He's got the talent, but he needs to occupy different spaces and become a threat, and to have a mentality to win matches, not just to control games. And I think that's changed. And when you have someone that is as humble as him and has to have every single day pushing you to learn and improve and train, good things happen. And I think he gets rewarded for his work.
I think for me, Billy has been probably player of the season, the way he actually come into the club, being captain as well. He went to Real Madrid, didn't he, before? And he was the wonder kid, didn't he? And for some reason, he probably didn't want to be on a bench, didn't it? He had Toni Kroos in front of him. He's got a few players ahead of him. And he probably made a brilliant move. And look at him now. He's actually fighting Manchester City for the title. And Arsenal, yeah, they're 4 points behind at the moment, which can be reduced after today's game. But still, Manchester City will have a game in hand, Billy. It's more or less done and dusted Manchester City, isn't it?
Manchester City fans would probably be quick to tell you no. But I think, yeah, the minute they didn't perform well and the minute they lost at the Etihad, I think it was probably in City's hands. Stranger things have happened in football, but just going back to Martin Odegaard, for him to go to Real Madrid so young, for it to not work out, it looked like it was going to be another one of those like statistic players. It just doesn't work and just sort of fade into the background. But he went to Sociedad and rebuilt his career, got that initial loan move to Arsenal, and completely a different player. And it, not the biggest fan of Arsenal, but it makes me so happy to see Martin Odegaard playing really well. He's a player I love watching, and everyone loves watching him when he's in full flow.
Absolutely. And obviously we got the team news of both clubs. Starting about quarter an hour, is any kind of interesting changes in both lineups?
Well, for Newcastle, there's one change. It's Callum Wilson in for Anthony Gordon, the only change from the 3-1 win over Southampton. And it's an interesting one because it's Isak and Wilson starting together for the first time in the Premier League. They've combined for a total of 15 Premier League goals since the 12th of March, which is phenomenal. And that's more than 14 Premier League teams. It's more goals than 14 Premier League teams have scored in that time as well. So it's Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman and Dan Burn in a back four, with Joe Linton, Bruno Guimaraes and former gunner Joe Willock in the midfield three, behind Jacob Murphy, Alexander Isak and Callum Wilson. Well, for Arsenal, some good news. Gabriel is fit and Martinelli is back in a big boost. There was some feeling that maybe Thomas Partey was being rested against Chelsea in preparation for this game, but Jorginho stays in midfield, probably a bit more control than Thomas Partey. So Aaron Ramsdale is in goal with Ben White, Jakub Kiwior, Gabriel and Zinchenko. Martin Odegaard, Jorginho and Granit Xhaka in midfield three, with Bukayo Saka, Gabriel Jesus and Gabriel Martinelli up front. Eddie Nketiah on the bench, as is Emil Smith-Rowe, Thomas Partey and Leandro Trossard. So it'll be interesting to see. I think it'll be a close game. I don't think anyone's going to run away with it, but it's one that if Arsenal don't win, it's probably one hand on the Premier League trophy for Manchester City.
No, absolutely. And one player who's been missing lately for Arsenal through injury is Saliba, isn't he? He's been magnificent, wasn't he? He was like a rock in that Arsenal defence. And I think him not being there has affected that defence a bit, hasn't it?
It has. And he's one of those players that he did the hard yards. He went out on loan. He performed really well with Saint Etienne in Liga. And he's come back and he's been a complete defensive rock. And they've missed him. Rob Holding, it's just not really working out for Rob Holding at the minute. Kiwior played really well against Chelsea on Tuesday night, but this Newcastle United side are a completely different challenge to that of that current Chelsea side. So it'd be interesting to see. It's good that they've got Gabriel back. He did look a bit of a doubt after having that knock against Chelsea, but again, it'll be an interesting one. They have looked a bit fragile. You think about the leads they've thrown away and the games that have happened, the Southampton one. To be 3-1 down to Southampton, it just doesn't seem right for this Arsenal side.
No, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to Arsenal, you look at it and it's like Saliba's being injured, and as something that probably Newcastle would, Manchester City would cover up, wouldn't they? It's the depth of their squad. They can replace anyone more or less straight away from the bench, let alone from the squad. And Arsenal, I think, probably have to dig deep, didn't it, to try and replace Saliba, regardless of how good the other players are.
Yeah, Manchester City, if John Stones get injured, they can play Nathan Ake there. If Nathan Ake gets injured, they can play Aymeric Laporte. There's so much, such a wealth of talent in that Man City squad, and it's something that I think come next season, once Mikel Arteta's had another transfer window, potentially to buy not necessarily starters, but players that make the squad better, then they'll learn from this and they'll know that you need more than just two starting centre-backs to be able to challenge for a title.
No, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much, Billy. We'll be coming back to you very, very shortly to discuss more about that game. Just to let you know that actually Celtic have won at Hearts by 2-0. So they are the Scottish champions, and many congratulations for them and to their fans all around the world. Rangers Aberdeen still playing. It's still 0-0, 57 minutes gone. League O, we got Matt Key watching that, 30 minutes gone. Still 0-0 between Lyon and Montpellier. We got Tom Creaney watching and the Dutch Eredivisie, Fortuna Sittard against Vitesse, 32 minutes gone, still 0-0 in that game. We also keep an eye on the Nigerian Premier League, and still 0-0 at the moment between Kwara United and Nasarawa United, and also still 0-0 between Plateau United and Remo Stars. So we all up to date with what's happening at this moment in time, and we're going to be coming back very shortly after this ad. This is Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest, and Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. Next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Brila FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Follow Nairabet on Twitter at Nairabet and on Facebook at Nairabet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. Nairabet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
A quick reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Brila FM, looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show this coming Monday, exclusive to Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with John Kane.
Now, yesterday we were keeping an eye through Molly Sumter on our game in the German Bundesliga, and that was Werder Bremen against Bayern Munich. It was 0-0 at half-time, but Bayern Munich scored a couple of goals and conceded one, winning by 2-1 against Werder Bremen. But today, Borussia Dortmund are playing Wolfsburg. Now, we got Ash Sandiford, who's watching that game for us. We should be starting in about 10 minutes or so. Good afternoon, Ash. It's a big game, isn't it? And for Dortmund, a win will put that pressure still on Bayern Munich, won't it?
Yeah, good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everyone. And yes, a huge game today for Borussia Dortmund and for Wolfsburg as well, to be honest with you. Dortmund are in second place at the moment, trailing by 4 points to Bayern Munich. So they need to really step up today and get the 3 points. Their home form's fantastic. They've had 9 consecutive home wins most recently. So they're doing super well at home. So they'll be looking to get themselves 3 points and close that gap and get that pressure back onto Bayern Munich, because Bayern Munich have got a couple of tough games between now and the end of the season. As for Wolfsburg, they're 7th in the league. I don't think they can make top 4. I think it'll be a little bit too much to ask for them. But they're about 2 points off 6th place, which is the Europa League spot. So that'll be a fantastic season for Wolfsburg if they can get themselves. So a win today, that'll be great to get them into the top 6 and fire themselves into the Europa League for next season. And they'll be feeling confident that they can do this because their away form is absolutely incredible. One of the best. I think they're the 3rd best team this season in the Bundesliga away from home. As for the team news here at the Signal Iduna Park, we have just one change for Borussia Dortmund. Surprisingly, Rafael Guerreiro, the top assists in the actual Bundesliga with 12 assists this season, he's out. Marius Wolf comes in. And as for Wolfsburg, there's one change for them too. Mickey van der Ven comes in for Max Lacroix. So just one change each for each side. Coming up about 10 minutes to go until kickoff. It's Borussia Dortmund versus Wolfsburg.
I mean, Ash, we are talking about Borussia Dortmund, Wolfsburg, but we could not help but talking about Thomas Tuchel, don't we? It's not the best of starts. The fans weren't happy. We heard him last week's show when they were struggling last weekend, and there's so many people calling up saying Thomas Tuchel should leave Bayern Munich. As he sort of needs time like any other manager, regardless how big the club is.
Yeah, he's proven. Thomas Tuchel's proven he's an elite manager. We all know this. Look what he did at Chelsea in such a short space of time when he was there. And I just believe that sometimes fans just need to just settle down a little bit. Look at prime example Mikel Arteta. What happened to him in his tenure at Arsenal? And look how quickly he's turned things around. So I just believe that the Bayern Munich fans just need to kind of stick behind him. They're still top of the league, you know. Still be a fantastic season winning the Bundesliga. It's not a given anymore. It's got a lot closer over the past 5 years or so. You know, you've only got obviously Leipzig. They're just only about, I think, 6 or 7 points behind them as well. So I think he should have time, and I think the fans probably should just settle down a little bit and just give him as much time as possible and let him have an actual full season next season to kind of create his own squad and kind of fulfill what he wants to do in the back room with his backroom team.
Was it a mistake why Chelsea let him go? Yes, they were going through a few bad runs when he was manager there, and obviously he left the club. I think when you compare what Chelsea doing afterwards to what Thomas Tuchel was doing then, even with the bad results, I think he's probably better than what Potter and Frank Lampard doing.
Agreed. I would look at it and think if Chelsea supporters, I'd probably say 99% of Chelsea supporters right now, if they could close their eyes and go back and that tough start that he had, I think he only won 1 in 8 first Premier League games at the start of the season, where I think he got sacked, and I think the Chelsea fans will welcome him back in open arms. Winning the Champions League, in his first season as well, outfoxing Pep Guardiola. It's tough. It's not easy, and I think Chelsea fans will be regretting that decision. They're definitely looking at their position in the table now.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, Ash Sandiford. The players are coming out of the tunnel at Newcastle, and they're coming out of the tunnel at Borussia Dortmund. It's be kicking off in about 2-3 minutes or so. We haven't heard from Matt Key for a while. Still 0-0, Matt Key. Lyon, it's not really the result they're looking for at the moment, a draw, but are they trying to build up on what they've been doing for the last 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, they've been all right, to be fair, John. They're the ones that are controlling the tempo and possession of the game. Not really created a clear-cut opportunity yet, which is where they'll be looking to improve. Did have a free kick. It was a bit of an interesting one. Lacazette, just about to shoot, was fouled right on the edge of the box. He felt he was inside the box. The referee didn't. Gave a free kick. Checked for VAR, but no. It was agreed with the ref on field and remained as a free kick. That free kick could only hit the wall from Chirkry, who took it. So that's been their best opportunity so far. And as I say, control and possession, but yet to create a real clear-cut opportunity. Montpellier happy to sit back and just take chances on the counter-attack if they arrive. 20 minutes gone here, and it's Lyon 0, Montpellier 0.
Thank you very much, Matt Key. About 5 minutes left to go in the half-time for the Dutch Eredivisie. Fortuna Sittard, Vitesse. Tom Cooney, who's on top at the moment?
Well, my update was going to be that it's still all Vitesse, although we still haven't had a shot on target. But we have had our first shot on target of the game, and it's gone to the home side, Fortuna Sittard. There was a poor pass on the edge of the area, but Christian Mitrovic managed to get it under control, and he had a brilliant strike, but unfortunately for him, it was just above the keeper's head, so the keeper was able to jump and make a good save. So that's woken the crowd up a little bit, because prior to that, not much to shout about. As I say, it was our first shot on target 40 minutes into the game.
Thank you very much, Tom Cooney. We'll be going back very, very shortly on any more updates. So let's just give you a recap of what happened yesterday. We had 5 games. Bournemouth lost at home to Chelsea by 3-1. Manchester City beat Leeds by 2-1. Tottenham, they beat Palace, Ryan Mason's first win since he took over. Wolves have beaten the jubilant Aston Villa by 1-0, and Brentford have beaten Liverpool have beaten Brentford by 1-0. And this is what your club got to say about that important win yesterday.
Brentford has a lot of qualities, but the set pieces are super special. Told the boys directly after the game that the focus and concentration we showed today around the set piece against the best set piece team I've ever played. We or them, whoever created like 50, 60 set pieces, throw-ins, corners, free kicks, goalie takes it from the halfway line or in their own half, and 8 players line up. Super difficult. Everybody in this line of 8, what we had there as well, stepped up today, was really fully aware of the need in these moments. That was great.
That was Jurgen Klopp on that win. Of course, Mo Salah has scored for Jurgen Klopp's men, and it's much well-needed win, isn't it? Just they've got an outside chance now. Liverpool trying to aim for the top four, and you can see why. Yesterday's performance was very well. Brentford, to be fair to them, they played very good football. I think it's not easy to go to Anfield and get a result, and they have tried. And of course, we mentioned that Spurs have beaten Crystal Palace by a goal tonight. It was Ryan Mason's first win as interim manager. Of course, he's taking over from Antonio Conte and Stellini, and now it's Ryan Mason. This is what he's got to say about that important win and his first win as Spurs manager.
Yeah, very happy. Difficult match, London derby. Palace are in a very good moment. Yeah, we understand the importance of this win, but the clean sheet as well is a great response from the players, because maybe mentally, when you concede so many goals in such a short space of time, it can have an impact. But the players have worked hard this week. The whole squad have worked hard on the training pitch. We've had a bit of time to try and influence things, and they responded today. And I thought it was a cagey game, but I thought overall we deserved 3 points.
I think if you speak to so many Spurs fans, they will tell you that it wasn't the best of performances, but I think the 3 points are very, very important. And it showed a bit of mentality, isn't it? A change of mentality. It was that squad under Ryan Mason. They were 2-0 down to Manchester United. They drew 2-2. They were 3-0 after 20 minutes to Liverpool last weekend. Then they drew 3-0. Then Diego Jota's goal, 4th goal for Liverpool, killed any hope for Spurs that game, and yesterday was their first win. But their first win came over Crystal Palace. Now, Roy Hodgson came in to steady the ship after the departure of Patrick Vieira, and he done a fantastic job. But this is here what he's got to say about yesterday's defeat to Tottenham.
It's probably even more frustrating for Tottenham last week to concede that goal which lost them the game in the 97th or 98th minute. You know, that is football. Once you start trying to make something of that, you create a rod for your own back to some extent. I was happy with the first half. I did think we played well. I didn't think we deserved to go in by 1-0 down, of course. But, you know, the opponents have got the right to score a goal. They've got the right to produce that piece of wonderful skill from Kane to get the ball wide to Porro, and then, of course, to leap as he did and score the header. They've got the right to do that. You hope it's not going to happen, but when it does, it shouldn't detract from the fact that the first half performance was pretty much what we were expecting from the team, and the same goes for the second half.
Yeah, I mean, he actually sort of reflects on what I said just before the clip in a way that Spurs' performance wasn't the best, and it was more or less evened out by Crystal Palace. It was a very good performance, bar the results, of course. But this is football, and the chances have to come to you. And obviously, they fell for Harry Kane just deep into injury time in the first half, and they scored the winning goal, what it sounds to be in the end. Just so you know, the game that we keep an eye on in the Scottish Premiership, it's 71 minutes gone. It's Rangers 1, Aberdeen 0, and it's Todd Cantwell who scored for Rangers. And if memory serves me right, he used to play for Norwich City not long ago. But let's go to the important game today. Billy Andrews is watching Newcastle against Arsenal. Billy, Newcastle starting really on top here, aren't they?
They have indeed. They had a quick counter-attack down the left-hand side through Isak and Joe Willock. The ball into the box from Isak, touchdown by Jacob Murphy. One touch to get it out of his feet, and he wrapped it round the defenders with his left foot, and it just cannoned off the outside of the post and came back out. Of course, if it hit the inside, it probably would have gone in, but Newcastle, they've just settled it down now, taken the sting out of Arsenal, who had the early possession, but long ball forward towards Kieran Trippier has put Arsenal back under pressure again. The crowd is absolutely bouncing at St James's Park, and Newcastle very much on top in the opening 5 minutes as the shot comes in from Isak. Good defending by Ben White, out for a corner to Newcastle. Still 0-0.
Still 0-0, but Newcastle, you look at some of the players, they're not really big name players, but they are really good. People like Joe Willock and Kieran Trippier, they've been magnificent, haven't they? I mean, Joe Willock obviously came from Arsenal, and Kieran Trippier from Atletico Madrid. I mean, Trippier done very well for Spurs, done very well for Atletico Madrid, won the league with Atletico Madrid. You can't say anything more than that, can you? But to have players with that sort of caliber and Eddie Howe getting the best out of them is just remarkable.
It really is. You'd like to say that there's no egos in this team, no real big man egos, and they are a team. You know, unlike, dare I say, Chelsea or PSG, where it's a lot of big names, a lot of big egos, and no real synergy as a team, which is a word that Eddie Howe uses a lot of the time. And it's a lot of pressure on Arsenal at the moment. They really are struggling to get out of their own box. And again, St James's Park is in full voice, and it's proper goosebump stuff. Again, still 0-0, but the corner was cleared quite well by Newcastle and by Arsenal, sorry. And just congratulations to Aaron Ramsdale's making his 200th club appearance in his career today. So we'll see if he can keep a clean sheet on a landmark appearance.
He's been a fantastic buy. There's been a few question marks raised, wasn't it, when he came in from Bournemouth? But he's proved everyone wrong. He's been absolute brilliant in between the sticks.
Yeah, fantastic. I think there was, like I said, a lot of questions because he came in from a relegated team when he went to Bournemouth. Of course, he got relegated with Sheffield United, and then he came in from a relegated Bournemouth side. But he's up there pressing for an England starting spot, and as is the man at the other end of the pitch in goal for Newcastle, Nick Pope. So a battle of the England keepers today, a battle of the England right backs in Ben White and Kieran Trippier. So there's interesting battles going across all over the pitch.
Thank you very much, Billy. We'll be coming back to you very, very shortly for more updates and news. But I can tell you there's been a goal in France.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
31 minutes gone, and it's Lyon 1, Montpellier 0. Big goal for Lyon. And we'll be going to Matt Key on the news of that goal. But first, it's half-time at Eredivisie. It's Fortuna Sittard 0, Vitesse 0, with a half-time report from Tom Cooney.
Yeah, 0-0 at half-time in this big game at the bottom of the Dutch Eredivisie. Vitesse with a better team in this one, in the first half. But it'll be Fortuna Sittard that will be going in at half-time extremely disappointed because on the stroke of half-time, a phenomenal chance falling to Umaro and Barlow. He did well to make the chance for himself, find a little bit of space inside the penalty box, but when the chance came, he didn't quite get hold of his shot, and the keeper was able to make the save to his bottom left. A brilliant opportunity, and they'll be kicking themselves because that could have been a huge goal in this game. A lot of work for both sides. No one's really got going yet. As I said, that was the only shot on target we've had in the whole game so far. So yeah, plenty of work to do. The managers will need to sit down and have a word with them at half-time.
Thank you very much, Tom Cooney. We'll be going back to the second half for more updates on that game. We did mention that Lyon have took the lead by 1-0. Matt Key is an ex-Arsenal player who actually scored for Lyon.
Yeah, that's right, John. It's Arsenal that are in action at the minute, but it's an ex-Arsenal man that's got the goal. It's Alex Lacazette that has got it. It was lovely worked goal from Lyon. They've been pressing really high in the last few minutes, and they win it back from a goal kick, and the ball is switched, and it's switched to the back post where Tagliafico is, and he don't know if he's shooting, don't know if he's passing, but he gets something on it. Goes to Lacazette, who's composed in the box. He takes a touch and he finishes it well. That's a goal that's been coming for Lyon. It's probably deserved, and it's Lyon 1, Montpellier 0.
I can tell you there's a penalty at St James Park, and it's from Newcastle. It was a shot from Bruno, and it looks like it hit the Arsenal player's hand. I'm trying to see who it was, but it hit his hands. And the referee has pointed to the spot. There's few Arsenal players arguing about it. It's going to VAR as we speak. And so we'll be going to Billy Andrews very, very soon when we get the outcome of that. But at the moment, VAR are still looking at it. They're trying to see where the hands are. And from where I can see, I mean, just off his body. I won't say it's very close. I won't say it's very stretched out. It's more or less, it depends on the referee, isn't it? It depends on the referee who's sitting behind VAR, and I'm sure Billy Andrews will agree with me. It depends on who is sitting in VAR at the moment. I think it's Kiwo's hands that actually hit. So they keep an eye on it. It is a goal opportunity. It was a shot from Bruno for just inside the penalty box. Brilliant shot it was, and it hit his arm. But now the referee is going to have a look himself, I think. I don't think VAR. I'm just going to bring Billy just for 10 seconds. Billy, I think VAR decided we'll put the blame on the referee, isn't it?
Well, the shot comes in from Guimarães, and it's a good shot from the Brazilian. And it's Kivior's putting his arm down, as in to put it behind his own back to block the shot. So he's not moving it to make his body bigger. He's not moving it to try and block the ball. He's moving it to sort of put his arms behind his back, which is what players tend to do at the moment. VAR is still having a look at this. Referee is now going over to the monitor to have a look, and we always know what this tends to mean is that the on-field decision will be overturned. Let's just have a look, because it's incredibly harsh on Kivior if it isn't given. And while the referee's just making this decision, I will just tell you that Arsenal are up to their old tricks, like they were in the reverse fixture in this game. They're taking as long as they possibly can over goal kicks, free kicks, corners, throw-ins.
I can tell you, Billy, sorry, Billy, I can tell you that the referee has overruled it. So it's not a penalty.
Yeah, exactly. I've just seen that myself, John, and it's the correct decision. It was an incredibly harsh decision to give a penalty initially. He's not making his body bigger. If anything, he's trying to make himself smaller. It looks more like it comes off his thigh more than anything. So this is why we've got VAR. It's a bit of a let-off for Arsenal, but one that we'd expect to happen. And 9 minutes gone. Newcastle fans not happy as the boos ring out around St James's Park, but just as before the 10-minute mark, it's still 0-0 at St James's.
It's still 0-0. And, it's still, Billy... For Newcastle, it's still a big boost, isn't it? Because performance-wise, they've been dominating, haven't they?
They have indeed. And the corner that led to the penalty being awarded initially, Gabriel Jesus was just dawdling on the ball, and Joe Linton stormed through the back of him, won the ball cleanly, and it went out for a corner. And this is a player that I remember watching years ago being a storming number 9 for Hoffenheim. You know, when he initially came, he scored on his debut against Spurs, and it just never really worked as a striker for him, and he's reinvented himself as a central midfielder under Eddie Howe. It's fantastic to see. It's almost as good as the rejuvenation of Granit Xhaka's career.
No, absolutely. We've seen a few players only being rejuvenated under Arteta and definitely under Eddie Howe. I mean, Joe Linton, what a remarkable player. I didn't even know how good he was when he was playing under Steve Bruce, but that's a different story. I'm sure we'll speak to Billy Andrews about it later on. Next, let's go to Napoli. Now, Napoli have already won the league a few days ago, a 1-1 draw to Udinese. And who else but Victor Osimhen, who scored that winning goal, his top goal scorer, the Super Eagles man, the superstar really of the Super Eagles, and it's probably the hottest property in Europe at the moment. So we're going to get Dean Kilford into the conversation. Good afternoon, Dean. And it's a first game at home for Napoli after winning the Scudetto, and it's fantastic, isn't it? After 33 years. From the days of Maradona, now we've got the days of Kvaratskhelia, and of course, Victor Osimhen.
Well, it's all about Osimhen, and it's certainly party time here in Napoli. You just hope that that doesn't read into a hangover for them as they take on Fiorentina here later this evening. Osimhen, all eyes on him, of course. He'll be leading the line, and he has the opportunity today to become the leading African scorer in Serie A history. He's currently tied alongside the great George Weah, of all people, on 46 goals. One more today, then he will overtake George Weah and be solo in front as the African leading scorer in the Serie A. So let's run through the two lineups in their entirety. For Napoli, no surprise, their 4-3-3 formation. Galini in goal, Di Lorenzo, Ostergaard, Kim and Oliveira making up a back four, and Guisa, Deme and Elmas in the midfield, with Lozano and Raspadori supporting Osimhen up front. For Fiorentina, well, they've got not much to play for in the league, but they do have their sights on the Europa Conference League, that semi-final against Bâle on Thursday night. And of course, they've got the final of the Serie A, for the Italian Cup against Inter coming up in a couple of weeks' time. For them, Terracino in goal. It will be a back four of Dodo, Milenkovic, Igor and Terzic. A supporting two in front of them of Amrabat and Duncan. The supporting trio of Gonzalez, Bonaventura and Sotil with Jovic up top for them. The Serbian looking to continue his goal scoring form. Back to you, Faris. There's been a goal elsewhere, I believe.
Yes, it's been a goal at St James's Park.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
We had a penalty a couple of minutes ago for Newcastle, but it was for now as Arsenal who are leading. It's Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1, and it was a fantastic shot from Martin Odegaard. Billy Andrews, we spoke about how good Martin Odegaard is as a captain, as a player, and he started the scoring in today's game.
Oh, it's a fantastic strike from the captain, Martin Odegaard. The away section in that top right-hand corner is full of life at St James's Park, and it all came about because the game has gotten incredibly bitty between these two sides now. Since that penalty was disallowed, there's been a lot of tackles, a lot of fouls, and a lot of hands on each other. The ball was given away by Bruno Guimaraes. A poor touch from him, uncharacteristic from him, and he rugby tackled Granit Xhaka. The free kick was then worked its way out to Bukayo Saka. Saka found Jorginho. Jorginho found his captain, Odegaard, and from about 30 yards out, he's unleashed one with his left foot into the bottom right-hand corner. Nick Pope had absolutely no chance. So 14 minutes gone at St James's Park. It's Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1.
Yes, it wasn't the start that Newcastle were looking for. I can tell you, there hasn't been only just one more goal at France. There's been 2 goals in French Ligue 1.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
Last time we spoke to Matt Key, it was Lyon 1, Montpellier 0. Literally in 2 minutes, Montpellier has scored 2 goals. So it's Lyon 1, Montpellier 2, and we've got about 4 minutes to go. And also, it's been a goal in the German Bundesliga.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
We spoke about how much pressure Borussia Dortmund can put on Bayern Munich, and have taken the lead after 14 minutes. Is Borussia Dortmund 1, Wolfsburg 0, with Karim Adeyemi scoring for the home side. We'll be going to Matt Key and Ash Sandiford very, very shortly. But first, let's go to our Nairabet expert, Ayu. Good afternoon, Ayu. You've just joined us after Arsenal taking that lead through a wonderful Martin Odegaard. Now, obviously, the bets and the odds are in play. So can you give us the latest odds on that game, please? I believe we have some sort of technical issues with Ayu. So let's go to Matt Kay first. He's seen 2 goals in 2 minutes for Montpellier. Matt, remarkable turnaround.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Montpellier have not been in the game at all these first 25 minutes. When Lyon scored, you thought they were going to have to change their game plan because they'd just been sitting back and letting Lyon come onto them. But it's 2 mistakes at the back, and it's 2 goals from the same man. It's Elie Wahahi, the striker who's got both goals, and he's punished 2 mistakes from Tagliafico, the World Cup winner, at the back. The first one was just dilly-dallying on the ball, gave it away. Wahahi went through, finished really nicely, and then, as you said, 1 minute later, less than a minute after the restart, it was Tagliafico again, who's obviously was panicking. His clearance was rushed. It skewed away, didn't go where it wanted it. Wahahi capitalised again. His shot was deflected, but it went past the goalkeeper, Anthony Lopez, in the goal. And Montpellier, from being 1-0 down, find themselves 2-1 up. Extraordinary stuff. 42 minutes gone. Lyon 1, Montpellier 2. What a game this is turning into.
Oh, absolutely. It's what a big turnaround for Montpellier. Out of nowhere, 2 goals in a matter of minutes. But let's go quickly to Billy Andrews. We've seen Arsenal taking the lead. We've seen a penalty overturned for Newcastle. Is it more of the same again from Newcastle, putting the pressure on Arsenal, trying to get back into the game?
Yeah, well, they're pushing and pushing. They had a couple good opportunities, sort of half chances, really, through Jacob Murphy. The first one, ball lost by Jorginho, and Joe Linson played him in, but his touch just took him too wide and he had to play it back, but Kieran Trippier slipped and it went out for a throw. And the second one, again, through Jacob Murphy, just a touch let him down again. Since he hit the post, he's been lively, but it's just that final piece of the puzzle for Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes is tussling with Jorginho all the time, and it still is an incredibly physical game as Alexander Zinchenko clears that Murphy cross out for another Newcastle corner. So 18 minutes or so gone. It's still 1-0 to Arsenal at St James's, but Newcastle are pushing and they have a corner in front of their home fans.
Thank you very much, Billy. We mentioned that Borussia Dortmund have taken the lead as Borussia Dortmund 1, Wolfsburg 0. Ash Sandefjord talking about putting the pressure on Bayern Munich. What a way to start.
Oh, fantastic start here at Signal Iduna Park for Borussia Dortmund, and it's Borussia Dortmund 1, Wolfsburg 0, and it was a bit of a mismatch, to be honest with you, with the header. What's happened is that in the middle of the park, Emre Can has got it out on the left-hand side and got it down to Julian Ryerson, and Ryerson's just kind of tried to cross the ball, and it's flicked up into the air quite high, and it's a bullet header from Karim Adeyemi to get the goal. It's 1-0 to Borussia Dortmund. It's a great finish, and it's a fantastic start to get that pressure back on Bayern Munich.
Let's have a quick recap on the latest scores. It's 20 minutes gone. Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1. The Scottish Premier League, we've got a minute to go till full time. It's Rangers 1, Aberdeen 0, Borussia Dortmund 1, Wolfsburg 0, Lyon 1, Montpellier 2. Still half time at the Netherlands. Fortuna Sittard 0, Vitesse 0. Now we can go to with Ayu. Have a chat with Ayu. Good afternoon, Ayu.
Good afternoon.
Our Nairabet expert. You've joined us when Newcastle had a penalty overturned and a brilliant goal from Martin Odegaard for Arsenal. What's the latest odds? I bet it's changed, but probably not much, isn't it?
Well, it keeps changing minute by minute, as you know, being an in-play bet. Currently, Newcastle are a big 4.0 to win the game. If you're a lover of Newcastle United, go and back Newcastle United to win the game at 4.0.
And what's
4.00? Sorry.
Yeah, the odds on Arsenal are still not as low as we expected, isn't it? So probably the bookies probably still expecting Newcastle to make a comeback.
Well, I don't think so. I think Arsenal, of course, are the favourites now. It's gone off now. Arsenal's just gone off live as I speak to you. It's just got suspended. Has anything happened in that game? It's been suspended at the moment as I speak to you.
Yeah. No, there's no goals yet, but there's been a chance for Martin Odegaard again.
Okay, maybe that's
from
why.
the player himself. So yeah, the guy's on form, isn't he? The guy's on form.
He's on form. He's been brilliant this season. He's the best number 10 in the league this season. Kevin De Bruyne might be the most talented number 10, but in terms of performance this season, Martin Odegaard has been the best.
Absolutely. We're going to have to keep it short because we're going to have to go to Nigeria. But thank you very much for joining us today and giving us the latest updates. Thank you very much, sir. And we'll speak again next weekend. But now it's time we hand you over to Tony and the team in Nigeria to give you, in fact, all the news of the Nigerian players around the globe and go through your comments and interactions on social media. And we're back here very, very shortly. Good afternoon, Tony. And what's happening at Newcastle? We got penalty overturned, and now we got a brilliant goal from Martin Odegaard.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with John Kane.
Yes, welcome back to Football Live, and thank you very much, Tony, for all your comments and interactions on social media and your phone calls. But let's go straight to Billy Andrews, because Billy, there's been plenty of chances since we spoke to you last.
Oh, John, it's all going on at St James's Park. The first chance came to Gabriel Martinelli, and it's that man again, Martin Odegaard, with a fantastic pass. It was one-on-one with Nick Pope, but he hit it straight at the England goalkeeper. The ball then fell to Odegaard, and Odegaard's shot was tipped round the post by Pope for a corner that was easily cleared. Another chance fell to Bukayo Saka. Once again, a pass from that man, Martin Odegaard. One-on-one with Nick Pope, put it straight at the England keeper. Either side, and it surely would have been 2-0. And just as you come to me, the former gunner, Joe Willox, had a fantastic chance, played in by Alexander Isak. Again, another fantastic save by Ramsdale, but it was straight at him into either corner. It surely would have tested him more. It's extremely lively at St James's Park. The referee's getting some stick from the fans for not giving fouls that they think should be given. But it's so even. It's end to end here. It's still only 1-0 at St James's Park.
I mean, it's a very exciting game, isn't it, so far? 28 minutes gone, 29 minutes gone or so. And both teams are really giving it a go, haven't they? They're really proving why they're both in the top three at the moment.
Oh, exactly. And this is the thing. Arsenal can confirm top 2 placing if they win this game. Newcastle, you'd like to think they're going to get Champions League anyway, but a win would definitely help them. The ball played in by Jacob Murphy. Good goalkeeping from Aaron Ramsdale to tap that one away from Callum Wilson, and Saka then just being manhandled by Dan Burn and fouled by Joe Linton. So some pressure on Arsenal still. Saka's down holding his ankle. And again, Aaron Ramsdale using all those tricks of time wasting to try and annoy the home fans. But 28 minutes gone, still 1-0.
Thank you very much, Billy. We'll be coming back to you more and more often. It's been a brilliant game to watch, I'm sure, Billy. But next, let's go to Germany, because there's been a goal at Borussia Dortmund.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
Borussia Dortmund have doubled their lead and put more pressure on Bayern Munich. Now they're leading by 2-0 against Wolfsburg. Sander, Vitesse, all about it.
Yeah, another goal for Borussia Dortmund. It's Borussia Dortmund 2, Wolfsburg 0, and then cruise control here at home again. It's Borussia Dortmund with another fantastic build-up play. A little bit of a slight mistake from the Wolfsburg right back. He's kind of just misjudged the control of the ball, and it's just gone underneath his feet, and Adeyemi has literally pounced on this mistake, gone down to the left-hand side, got to the byline. He's so rapid, Adeyemi. He's crossed it in, and to Sebastian Haller, he's got an absolute tap-in. You couldn't miss it if you tried. It's Dortmund in the lead, and they look like they're heading for their 13th win at home out of 15 in all Dortmund's position at the moment. It's fantastic so far, but yet they're closing that gap on Bayern Munich, and they'll be looking to get themselves closer and closer towards that Bundesliga title. It's Dortmund 2, Wolfsburg 0.
And there's also been a goal in the Netherlands.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
And now it's Fortuna Sittard 1, Vitesse Arnhem 0. Let's go to Tom Cooney for the news of that goal.
Yes, John, we've finally got a goal in this game. It's opened up in the second half. Already seen a lot more happen in the second half, the first 10 minutes, than we did in the entirety of the first half. There's been chances for both sides, yellow cards, and now Fortuna Sittard have the lead. First off, it was a corner. The ball came out, it was only half cleared. Fortuna Sittard recycled it. It was the centre-half, Ivo Pinto, that actually beat his man on the wing, whipped a brilliant ball in, and Paul Gladden got in front of his man to nod the ball into the bottom corner. 55 minutes gone in this one. It's Fortuna Sittard 1, Vitesse Arnhem 0.
Thank you very much, our David Tom Cooney. We're going back very, very shortly for more updates from that game. But let's go to the big game. Newcastle Arsenal. Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1. Billy Andrews, 30 minutes gone. And it's just been probably one of the most exciting halves I've seen so far in the season.
It's end-to-end at St James's Park, John. I'd hate to be one of the fans that, you know, imagine being this nervous and it's the end-to-end. You think you're going to score 1 minute and then the other, you blink of an eye, it's down the other end and you might concede. But just seen one of the worst corner routines I've ever seen from Saka and Odegaard. Short corner taken by Saka, by Odegaard to Saka. Saka played it back and Odegaard tried to whip it round, just played it straight into Joe Willock. Joe Willock then tries to run away with the ball, manages to get around Saka, and then throws himself to the ground. No contact from Saka. Saka's nowhere near him, and it all seemed a bit of a comedy of errors, really. And again, such a physical game. The referee's letting everything go so far. We've not seen any yellow cards. There's not many fouls being given for anything. I think that's Kivior's just down holding his groin, but Arsenal are on the attack again with Martinelli. It's end to end, and it's still only 1-0.
Yes, it's only 1-0, Billy. I'm going to give you the latest odds on Nairabet while you're here. Of course, all these prices are subject to change from the official Nairabet website. And Newcastle are 5.25. The draw is 4.0, and the Arsenal are only 1.67. When you look what the book is thinking, they're thinking there's still a big chance, isn't it, for Newcastle to come back?
A massive chance for Newcastle to come back. And if they keep playing the way they are, they're going to get that goal. You know, Aaron Ramsdale had a fantastic moment. The ball was whipped into that corridor of uncertainty, and Callum Wilson looked like, for all the world, he was going to tap that into the Arsenal net, but Aaron Ramsdale flung himself at it, timed it to perfection and pinged it away, because if he got that wrong, it was a penalty to Newcastle. And it wasn't Kivior down, it was Granit Xhaka who's gone down holding the back of his hamstring. So he's getting some treatment. He just collided with Gabriel Jesus and Fabian Schär. So he's getting some treatment. It'd be a shame if he had to go off. He has been one of Arsenal's better players, but he's up and just walking around tentatively now. Still only 1-0.
Thank you very much, Billy. We'll be going back more often, and to get more updates from this game. It's been very exciting, very exciting game. But let's go to Serie A. Dean Kelford is watching Napoli against Fiorentina. We're into the 3rd minute of that game. Still 0-0, Dean. But Napoli, they would love to win in front of their home fans, don't they, today? It would be quite a nice celebration for winning Scudetto after 33 years of missing it.
Absolutely, John. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. It was such a party atmosphere, and it's still going. Flags completely waving in the crowd. The Guard of Honour was given by the Fiorentina players ahead of kickoff. There was an early chance for our man Osimhen, who's played through inside the first minutes, looked about a yard or so offside, managed to cut the ball across the face of the 6-yard box, but no one was able to keep up pace with him. No chances as yet for either side, but certainly a feel-good party atmosphere here in Naples.
I mean, we talk about Victor Osimhen so many times, don't we, Dean? And we could not mention that Kvara Maradona, or Kvara Chichia. He's been a brilliant buy, isn't it? What a bargain as well. And now it's worth probably quadruple the money at least.
Well, he's going to be the hottest property in Europe this summer. I'll be very surprised if, well, not just Osimhen, but if several of these players aren't cherry-picked off by some of the big sides in Europe. But Osimhen, certainly the prize jewel in the crown of Napoli, and he's adored by everybody here. And long may the hope he stays, but time will tell, and I suspect he'll probably move on in the summer.
I mean, what's the financial situation at Napoli at the moment? Can they hold on to these players that they've got at the moment? Because it's all going to be about probably giving them new contracts, isn't it, to fed away these big clubs who've got the money to give them luxurious wages, and to their clubs a lot of money to spend.
Yeah, there is a reasonable amount of financial resources. It's just that expectation that the big clubs will come and cherry pick the players from a team like Napoli, who are not quite seen in the upper echelons as your Milans, your Juventus, etc. And of course, the teams in the Premier League will certainly be sniffing, no doubt. There's a couple of teams in the Premier League looking for a striker, not looking at any teams in particular, but Manchester United and Chelsea spring to mind instantly. And you wouldn't maybe rule out Arsenal trying to strengthen as they look to have another tilt at the title next season as well.
I mean, when you look at Manchester United, Dean, it's like Victor Osimhen is the perfect fit, isn't he? He's a man who can straight away replace Weghorst up front, and he can be absolutely lethal with the ammunition that he can get from Bruno Fernandes and co.
Well, he's got that pace and power and that hold-up play, which Weghorst has brought to that Manchester United team. But he's also got the ability with the pace to get in behind and score the goals as well. So absolutely, I agree with you. For Manchester United, he would be the perfect fit. And just as we're talking, Fiorentina nearly caused an upset by scoring a goal at the other end. A header just flashed past the post. Look, Jovic, of course, the danger man for them, just getting in front of his marker and just heading past the post.
Thank you very much, Dean. We'll be going back to you very, very shortly on more updates on that big Serie A game. Of course, Napoli have already won the league. Borussia Dortmund in the German Bundesliga, on the other hand, they are pushing to win it, and they have scored a third.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
Now, I didn't say I'm going to bring you loads of goals, but I wasn't expecting 3 goals in League 1 and 3 goals in Bundesliga just in the first half. Ash Sandefjord, Borussia Dortmund, they're not just only winning, they're really increasing the goal difference as well.
Oh, they certainly are. It's Borussia Dortmund. It's Borussia Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0, and it's another poor defensive display for Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg will be really disappointed with this first half performance so far. They're doing so well away from home in the league. They're one of the third best away teams in the league. So they will be really disappointed that they've literally conceded 3 goals from mistakes. This time, on the other hand, they've had the ball in Dortmund's half, loads of possession, plenty of time on the ball. And what's happened is they've just decided to just needlessly give it away. Borussia Dortmund's just put the ball over the top. Julian Brandt's got 8 acres of land and space to just run towards the goalkeeper, and he's literally bearing down and going. What does he decide to do? Instead of shooting, he just squares it. And again, another simple tap in for Daniel Malen to get his goal, and another goal for Borussia Dortmund. So as it stands, it's Borussia Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0.
Great result so far for the home team. Borussia Dortmund are doing what they need to do. That is win the game and pile the pressure on Thomas Tuchel's Bayern Munich. Let's go back to St. James Park with Billy Andrews. We got about 5 or 6 minutes plus injury time, which I'm assuming is going to be at least a couple due to the VAR decision, which was overruled for Newcastle with the penalty incident, Billy. But you cannot rule out anyone. I'm watching this game, and literally both teams are at it until as we speak.
This game could be anyone's. It could turn on a sixpence at any given moment. Joe Linton's just stamped on Granit Xhaka there as he tackled him in the box. But there was a moment with Nick Pope. He was being closed down by Bukayo Saka, went to clear the ball. His left leg just sort of gave way as he hit it with his right. And had Saka been a few inches slower, hadn't been far across the box as he was, it would have cannoned off Bukayo Saka and given Nick Pope a bit of a red face. But if you will, allow me to, I just want to wax lyrical about Martin Ødegaard again, because he's drawn level on 15 non-penalty goals with Kevin De Bruyne, which is the joint second most of any Premier League midfielder. More non-penalty goals than Paul Scholes, than Yaya Toure, than Steven Gerrard, Frank Lampard and Cesc Fabregas. But John, the player with the most non-penalty goals, a midfielder that you yourself will know very well, is a certain Dele Alli with 17. So he's doing well, Martin Ødegaard, but he's not quite at Dele Alli's level just yet. But he is absolutely running this game, and Newcastle need to get someone on him to try and break down that play. But 40 minutes gone at St. James's Park, it's still 1-0.
I mean, we did mention that he was part of the Real Madrid setup, didn't he? And we did mention maybe there's so many players were ahead of him and he ended up leaving. Do you think Real Madrid are sort of regretting this now? Big style.
You could say that, but they do have players like Eduardo Camavinga, who has won everything but the World Cup. They've got players like Aurelien Tchouameni that potentially could have Jude Bellingham. They've got Fede Valverde. So I think it would be harsh to say they're missing Martin Ødegaard. They're going to regret Martin Ødegaard, but Arsenal are going to be in the Champions League next season. Real Madrid are going to be in the Champions League next season. Could we have Ødegaard against Real Madrid? I think we'd all love to see that.
Thank you very much, Billy. We're going back to you very, very shortly. I believe there is a VAR incident at our League 1 game. It looks like it's a penalty for Montpellier, and the VAR are still looking at it. Possible offside, but we're going to Matt Key very shortly on that after we find out what's happening. But let's go back quickly to Billy Andrews. Billy, chance after chance for Arsenal. They need to kill the game, don't they, when they're playing a team like Newcastle, especially when they're playing at St. James Park?
Yeah, Mikel Arteta will be happy with the chances, but he'll be angry that they're not being taken. It's that man again, Martin Ødegaard. Poor touch from Joe Linton. And he pounces on it, does the Norwegian. He runs through, plays it in to Gabriel Martinelli, a bit further wide on the left as he probably would have liked. He just flashed it across the front of Nick Pope's goal. So not the clearest of chances, but Newcastle have a free kick now in their own half to load the box, but as we come up to half-time, it's still only 1-0 to Arsenal.
Still 1-0 to Arsenal. We've got about 3 minutes plus stoppage time, which we're probably expecting at least a couple of minutes, like I said, due to the penalty incident. But we played in the 67th minute in the Dutch Eredivisie, Fortuna Sittard against Vitesse. So let's go to Tom Cooney on more updates on that. If we just try and do anything at the moment to try to get back into the game, well, Fortuna Sittard more or less in control for the remainder 25 minutes or so.
Well, we've still got Vitesse dominating possession in this game, but 67 minutes gone. They're still yet to have a shot on target. So in the remaining 20 minutes, they need to do something they haven't managed to do all game so far. It's all well and good having the ball, but at the moment, Sittard making more of their share of the ball. What have we got? Yeah, 30 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. No substitutions for either side at the moment. The game's kind of fizzled out a little bit at the moment. Sittard, obviously this is a huge result for them. Vitesse, possibly their next two games, they play the two sides that are already relegated. So it's not a disaster for them, but 67 minutes gone. It's still Fortuna Sittard 1 and Vitesse Arnhem 0.
I could tell you there's been a break in play at St. James Park. There's an injury, but also it's a bit of a discussion as well between Joe Linton and a few other players. Saka seems to be down, so we'll be going to Billy Anders very shortly. First, let's tell you there's been a goal in Ligue 1.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
We just say that Lyon were leading by a goal to nil. Now is Lyon 1, Montpellier 3. And Matt Key can tell us on that penalty since that it was given in the end and a hat-trick for a certain player.
Yes, it's a hat-trick for Mahi. It's absolutely brilliant from Montpellier. It's the perfect away performance. Lyon this second half have been absolutely relentless. They've put basically every single player in the Montpellier half, peppered the goal, some brilliant blocks and clearances from the Montpellier side, and then they struck the counter-attack, and it's brilliant. It's Wahi that wins the penalty himself. It was initially given, then offside flag went up, but the replay showed he timed his run to absolute perfection, was brought down in the box, picked himself up and stuck it away, just like a man that already scored 2 goals in the game. Hard and low to the left-hand side, takes his shot off. It's a brilliant hat-trick for him, and Lyon absolutely shell-shocked. It's 55 minutes gone, and it's Lyon 1, Montpellier 3.
I can tell you it's 5 minutes of injury time been added at the game at St. James Park. But guess what? As soon as we come back from Matthew Kay, there's been another goal in Ligue 1.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
Well. Lyon are being destroyed, literally destroyed at home. Now it's Lyon 1, Montpellier 4. We'll be going to Matt Key very shortly, but let's go to Billy Andrews. Billy, we played 1 minute out of the 5 minutes of stoppage time, and we had injury as well. There was no VAR on that incident, wasn't it, regarding of Bukayo Saka?
No need for VAR. I think it was just just Saka cut across the front of Bruno Guimaraes, and he just didn't break his stride and stamped on the back of his leg. But it's one of those nasty ones where it goes down the back of your calf, and it can be quite painful. But Bruno and Joe Linton have been guilty of giving the ball away. I think Granit Xhaka and Jorginho have offered a lot of defensive cover. Jorginho, somewhat surprisingly, he's not known for that. But again, Martin Odegaard pulling the strings. Newcastle cannot deal with him when he gets on the ball. Joe Willock trying to get close to him. Joe Linton tried to get close to him. He just touches it away and rolls away, and Arsenal are on the break again. But yeah, coming up to half-time, still 1-0 to Arsenal.
Still 1-0 to Arsenal. We'll play 2 minutes into the 5 minutes of injury time. We told about the goal at Lyon. It's Lyon 1, Montpellier 4. Matt Key and Wahi can't stop scoring, can he?
No, guess who? It's him again, John. It's absolutely incredible scenes in Lyon. You have to understand why they're going for goals. They're 3-1 down, but it's some of the worst defending I've ever seen. They've got no one in their own half, which means that when Montpellier get the ball, all they need to do is put a ball over the top, and he's using his pace, and he's in every single time. He goes through on goal. Lopez comes storming out of his box, and he just takes it round him, slots it in really calmly for his fourth of the game. He scored 2 in 2 minutes in the first half. He scored 2 in 3 minutes here. And yeah, as I say, it's absolutely incredible. And I don't feel like the goal scoring is over for either team here. Stay tuned. It's 57 gone, and it's Lyon 1, Montpellier 4.
We'll be going to Billy Andrews very shortly. They're still playing, still 2 more minutes of injury time being played. But while that's happening, let's go quickly to Napoli, the Diego Armando Maradona Stadium. 60 minutes gone, Dean Kilford. I'm looking at the stats. It looks like Fiorentina is a bit more on top, aren't they, in that game?
Well, Fiorentina is certainly on top. Napoli are comfortable in possession, but it's Jovic, the man that's causing all kinds of problems. Galini forced into action to push away a very strong header that was going to sneak into the far corner. But as I'm speaking now, Napoli just trying to force the ball into the box. It's easily cleared away. It's been Sotil and Terzic on the left-hand side that have been pulling the strings, so to speak, for Fiorentina. Napoli, well, their fans don't really care. They've still won the league and they're still in party mode. Hopefully we'll have some goals soon. 16 played here. It's Napoli 0, Fiorentina 0.
There's been another break and play, Billy Andrews. Granit Xhaka is on the ground. It's been a bit of friction as well, doesn't it? Seems like Callum Wilson's getting involved. It's getting a bit fricted here, isn't it?
It is getting a bit nasty, but that's the thing that both Eddie Howe and Mikel Arteta have added into these teams. They've given them a nasty streak. Arsenal conceded a free kick. It was a horrible hack from Gabriel Jesus, and then Martin Odegaard tried to kick the ball away. Callum Wilson comes and shoulder barges him in the back, and Joe Linton and Bruno Guimaraes get involved. Granit Xhaka is down holding his groin, which is never nice to see, but Callum Wilson's complaining that referee should be off the pitch. He should be, why aren't we playing? Drag him off the pitch and we'll play against 10 men. It's come on, Newcastle, they've got 45 minutes left. It's not like this is the 93rd minute and they're trying to win the game, but Arsenal are playing Newcastle at their own game. At the Emirates, I think the ball was in play for less than 50 minutes in total. So Newcastle are just getting a taste of their own medicine and they're really not enjoying it. But again, we're coming up. It will be half-time pretty soon and it's still 1-0 and I really don't know how.
Yes, indeed. It's still 1-0 for Arsenal at St. James Park. We exceeded the 5 minutes of injury time. Napoli still 0-0 against Fiorentina. Lyon now got a goal back, so it's goal for Lyon.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
It's now Lyon 2, Montpellier 4. In Eredivisie, it's still Fortuna Sittard 1, Vitesse 0, 15 minutes to go. And it's half-time at the Bundesliga between Dortmund and Wolfsburg. And it's Wolfsburg-Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0. We'll be having a half-time report from Ash Sandiford very, very shortly. But first, this is Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest. And Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. Next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Brila FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Follow Nairabet on Twitter at Nairabet and on Facebook at Nairabet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. Nairabet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
quick reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Brila FM. Looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show. This coming Monday, exclusive to Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with John Kane.
Yes, welcome back. And it's half-time at St James Park as Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1, and the half-time report with Billy Andrews.
Well, a must-win game for both of these sides. Arsenal for any last glimmering chances of winning a title, and Newcastle with hopes of a top four finish. But it's been pretty end-to-end with the only quality on show from Martin Ødegaard. But after 2 minutes, Newcastle had a fantastic chance. They countered down the left-hand side with Alexander Isak. Isak crossed into the box, and his cross was met by Jacob Murphy. Took one touch and bent it through the legs of Kivior, just cannoned off the post and was cleared by Gabriel. After 14 minutes, Arsenal had a free kick after some sloppy play and a loose touch by Bruno Guimaraes, uncharacteristic of the Brazilian. The ball found its way to Saka. Saka found Jorginho. Jorginho found his captain Ødegaard, and Ødegaard unleashed one with his left foot from 30 yards into the bottom right-hand corner beyond the diving Nick Pope. There have been more chances for Arsenal, and they have been accused of not killing games off. Gabriel Martinelli was one-on-one with Nick Pope and played it straight at him. Bukayo Saka was one-on-one with Nick Pope and hit it straight at his chest. And just before half-time, Martin Ødegaard, just outside the penalty spot, right in front of goal, hit it straight at Nick Pope. A fantastic save with his legs from the England keeper. It's been a bit nasty towards the end. There was a bit of handbags between Granit Xhaka and Callum Wilson and Gabriel Jesus and Kieran Trippier. The Arsenal players, the calmer of the four. Newcastle players in danger of losing their heads. I think the referee called half-time at the right time, but 45 minutes still to go at St James's Park. It could be anyone's game, but it's at half-time. Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1.
I think, Billy, just to let you go catch your breath, just quickly, I mean, Eddie Howe will probably asking his players for more of the same, isn't it? It's not going to be much more tactical issues at half-time, isn't it? But it's more trying to control their tempers more than anything else.
Yeah, they need to get in there. They need to have a bit of cold water thrown on them, particularly Kieran Trippier and Callum Wilson. I did say that Eddie Howe's injected this nasty streak into some of his players, but sometimes it can boil over. There are no personnel changes, perhaps. I think the only thing they need to do is try and get hold of Martin Ødegaard. Don't give him the freedom of St James's Park like he has done, because Joe Linton's tried, Bruno Guimaraes has tried. You know, Sven Botman's got tight to him, but it's just one touch around the side and he's away, and Arsenal are good on the counter. So that's the one area that Eddie Howe will look to change, whether it's man marking him, whether it's putting another player in midfield. But Newcastle have had chances, and it could so easily be about 3-4 goals for each of these two teams.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'll let you go and catch some breath from watching that game. It's been a brilliant first half at St James's Park, and I'm sure it'll be more of the same in this second. We talked about a second goal for Lyon. Matt Key is watching that game. Alexander Lacazette is saying, if my whole team's scoring one, I'm scoring two. And if he scored one more goal, Matt, he's going to have to share that ball with Wayne.
Yeah, incredible stuff here, Joey. One of these players might score a hat-trick and end up on the losing side. But, it's absolutely breathless stuff here. No sooner had Montpellier made it 4-1 that Lyon still not lost hope, still believing they can get back into it. And they have. They've reduced the deficit to 2. It was some really good work from Bradley Barcola down the left-hand side, ran in behind, timed his run, pulled the ball back to Lacazette. He was never going to miss from there. And then again, just moments later after that, Barcola set up one, but he should have scored. He missed a gilt-edged chance. Once again, the ball flashes across the box. You think he's just going to tap it in, but he gets too much on it and manages to hit the bar from about 4 yards out. As I say, it's absolutely breathless stuff. We've got 25 minutes and I couldn't even tell you what the score is going to be here. It's going to be absolutely anything, but I doubt it's going to finish 4-2. That's what it is at the moment. 66 gone. Lyon 2, Montpellier 4.
Thank you very much, Matt Key. Yes, we'll be going back for more goals. I think will be more goals as well in that game. And Alexandre Lacazette is re-establishing his form at Lyon after leaving Arsenal. Next, let's go to the German Bundesliga. It's halftime there. Borussia Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0 with a halftime report from Ash Sandiford.
Yeah, half-time here. Borussia Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0, and complete dominant performance from Borussia Dortmund today from Edin Terek's men. It started off quite early in the game after 14 minutes with a goal from Karim Adeyemi with a cross in from the left-hand side, scooped quite high into the air, and Karim Adeyemi just kind of glancing header into the top corner. Keeper didn't really have a chance, and that put Dortmund in control very early on. As for the second, after 28 minutes, 14 minutes later, another goal from Sebastian Haller. Again, great break on the left-hand side. A poor mistake from the defence from Wolfsburg in the end. Didn't really keep the ball very well. Lost out to Karim Adeyemi, who's super quick down that left-hand side. And he's got to the byline, cut it back. And Sebastian Haller was just a tap-in. And one of the easiest goals he would have scored in his career. After that, Wolfsburg did try to press and try and put some pressure on Borussia Dortmund in towards the end of that first half. But in the end, there was no chance of them doing this with the goal from Donny Marlon, from Julian Brandt breaking down near enough one-on-one with the keeper and unselfishly just cut that ball back for another tap-in for Dortmund. It's very easy goals that they scored today with a goal from Donny Marlon. So that's a great, I wouldn't say result, half-time score so far from Borussia Dortmund, and they'll be feeling really confident that they're going to be getting their 3 points and closing that gap to 1 point behind Bayern Munich. As it stands, half-time here, Borussia Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0.
Thank you very much, Ash Sanderfield. I'll let you go and catch your breath as well. It's been an exciting game in the Bundesliga as well as the English Premier League. I tell you, there's been a goal in the Eredivisie.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
Yeah, there's been another goal in the Netherlands. It's Fortuna Sittard 2, Vitesse 0. And we've got Tom Kuhn who tells us all about that second goal for the home side.
Yes, John, it's 2-0 to Fortuna Sittard. You have to say that looks to be game, set and match now. It's not one the keeper will want to look back at. Mbalo's got the ball on the left-hand side. He squares up his man. He makes himself half a yard and gets into the very corner of the box in a position where you think he's surely going to cross it. But with his weaker left foot, he smashes one into the near post. And somehow the keeper, I don't know if he wasn't ready or he was anticipating the cross, but he's dived and it's gone right under him. It's a shocker from the goalkeeper. I mentioned before that Vitesse hadn't really got going in this game. Just before the goal, Philip Cocu made 4 changes in an attempt to try and turn this game around. But that second goal looks like it's going to be game, set and match, as I said. Fortuna, pretty comfortable now. 84 minutes gone in this one. It's Sittard 2, Vitesse Arnhem 0.
Well, we're playing the 70th minute Ligue 1 for the game between Lyon and Montpellier. We left it with 4-2 for Montpellier with Matt Key. Guess what? We predicted another one. Here it is.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
It's Lyon 3, Montpellier 4. Matt Key. We talked about Alexandre Lacazette, an ex-Premier League player scoring 2. Now we got an ex-Liverpool player on the score sheet.
Yes, that's right. It's our 8th goal of the game, but only a third different scorer, and it's Dejan Lovren up from the back. Liverpool fans will remember him, no doubt, the big centre-half from Serbia, and it was a corner that was never really cleared, to be honest, and the ball was whipped in again. It was Cherky. It was a wicked ball to the back post. Lacazette was there for it, but it was over him, but it was met superbly by Dejan Lovren. He headed it down and into the corner, grabbed the ball, took it to the halfway line. Lyon, this incredible game, looks like they want to make it 4-4 or even win it themselves. Absolutely unbelievable scenes here, and we've still got 20 minutes plus added time. It's Lyon 3, Montpellier 4.
Yes, I think we have got plenty of time for more goals in that game. I can tell you the latest in the Nigerian Premier League, 71 minutes gone. It's Kawara United 0, Nasarawa United 0. Plateau United just taking the lead against Remo Stars, are leading now by a goal to 0. 70 minutes gone. 30 minutes gone in Serie A. Still 0-0 between Napoli and Fiorentina. Dean Kelford. Napoli, they won the league. Fiorentina, look at the table. They haven't got much to play for at the moment, haven't they? I mean, they're about 11 points behind Roma, and they're missing out on European football next season. But I think for Napoli's sake, their fans probably want to see a home win after winning Scudetto, wouldn't they?
Well, absolutely. They'll want to see their side. They've been pretty on the eye, to be fair. They just haven't been able to find any way past this Fiorentina back four that have completely held the attacking trio of Napoli at arm's length. And in fact, it's been Jovic at the other end who's had all of the chances for Fiorentina. And about 10 minutes ago, he latched onto a loose ball into the area, fired it low from about 8 yards. A wonderful save by the feet of Galini. The rebound from Sotil was just over the top. Fiorentina with the chances. Napoli looking pretty on the eye, but nothing to separate the two teams. Just over half an hour played here in Naples. It's still Napoli 0, Fiorentina 0.
Thank you very much, Dean. And I'm sure there'll be goals in Diego Armando Maradona Stadium. Victor Osman loves scoring goals, doesn't he? So I'll probably expect a goal or two, maybe. It's kicked off in the second half at the Bundesliga. Borussia Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0. But let's go to Billy Andrews. We are a bit delayed for the second half due to the extended injury time for the first half. Billy, the players are not out yet, but Newcastle, they're giving it a go against Arsenal, and you can see why they are third in the league. But Arsenal, while they're winning, they'll still believe they've got a chance of rattling that theory that Manchester City have already won the league, haven't they?
Exactly. You know, they're 1 point behind. Yeah, okay, they've played a game more, but it's one of those ones that City know they're going to have to keep winning. It's not like they're 6 games ahead with, 9 points, and it's not possible. They're going to have to keep putting on performances. And, they conceded a goal. They conceded an equaliser to Fulham last weekend. They conceded a goal to Leeds that made it a bit nervy yesterday. Erling Haaland, he is only human, but he had an off day yesterday. And if players aren't at their peak performances, then they could potentially drop points. They've got a massive game against Real Madrid that potentially Pep could rest some players for. We don't know. And just on Newcastle, I think Nick Pope has kept them in this game. Okay, maybe Martinelli, maybe Saka could have been more clinical with those one-on-one chances, but Nick Pope had to make those saves. Nick Pope has kept this game at 1-0, and while it's only 1-0, Newcastle have a fantastic chance to get back into this because Arsenal threw away a 2-goal lead at West Ham. They threw away a 2-goal lead at Liverpool. So they have done it. They have form for throwing leads away. They haven't been clinical with their chances, and that's what Eddie Howe will be saying. He'll be telling them to just remain calm. Don't lose your head. Don't let them burn your wick when they're time wasting. But no changes. I don't think there's any changes at halftime. They're just coming out now, but I'll let you know as soon as I know anything.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Haaland. There was that incident yesterday with the penalty incident. Now, normally Haaland who takes the penalties, and he gave it to Gundogan to get his first hat-trick ever in his career. You can see Pep Guardiola was really upset, wasn't he, when Haaland gave the ball? But he did say in the post-match interview that Haaland is a nice person and he just wanted that hat-trick for his fellow Gundogan.
Yeah, I think had it been 1-0 or 0-0, then Haaland definitely takes that penalty. Pep said afterwards, he is a nice guy, but he's the best penalty taker at the club. He should be taking those penalties. It would have been nice for Gundogan to get a hat-trick for Manchester City, a first of his career, potentially before he leaves in the summer. We don't know. But the thing is, they won. They ground that result out. They're grinding these results out by a goal, by 2 goals. And it's something that Arsenal haven't been doing recently. Whether that's because of they're missing William Saliba, we don't know. But it's experience for Arsenal, and next season they'll come back with that experience and they could potentially push Manchester City or whoever even further for the title.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Billy Andrews. We're actually seconds away. I can see the players coming out of the tunnel, Newcastle and Arsenal. So we're literally a matter of seconds away from the restart of the second half. Now, we did say it kicked off in the second half with 4 minutes into it, between the game between Borussia Dortmund and Wolfsburg at Sandefjord. Wolfsburg not happy with losing 3-0, and there's been a few substitutions for them.
Yeah, a couple of changes here. It's just kicked off about 4 minutes in. It's still Borussia Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0. A couple of changes for Wolfsburg. I think one was forced due to injury. Joshua Gilaboli has just come off. And I think it's Kylian Fischke. He's on. And the American Kevin Paredes, he's come on for Riedel Baku. So, yeah, just a couple of changes. I think he wants to go a little bit more direct. Niko Kovac, he wants to go a little bit more direct, the Wolfsburg manager. So he'll be looking to make sure that he can at least try and get that next goal, because you know what it's like when you've got a 3-0 lead. It's super important that you get that next. If you're 3-0 down, it's really important that next goal is huge. So if Wolfsburg, with their away record, and they'll feel really confident that they can get back into this game if they can get that next goal. But as it stands, it's 50 minutes in. Borussia Dortmund 3, Wolfsburg 0.
Well, we did mention that it's going to be goals, but I did not realize there's going to be plenty of goals. There's been another goal at Lyon.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
Right, Lyon have scored 4th, however, it's been disallowed. So we'll be going to Matt Key very shortly to find out why that goal has been disallowed. Let's go quickly back to Billy Andrews. Kicked off in the second half. Any changes for both sides?
It's as you were at the start of the second half, John. No changes from Arteta or Eddie Howe. And again, Martin Odegaard with acres of space trying to find Bukayo Saka, but this time just closed down by Bruno Guimaraes. So maybe some new instructions from the Newcastle manager. Kivior just tussling with Callum Wilson. But again, a lively start. I think we're going to see much of what we saw in the first half for the next 45 minutes. It's going to be an interesting and exciting 45 minutes at St James's Park. Still 1-0.
Well, it was a 3-4 for Montpellier, and Lyon literally just scored a goal, Matt Key, but it's been ruled for offside.
Yeah, really tight one. It was link-up play between Lacazette and Barcola. Again, they linked up for the second goal, but it was Barcola that was on the end of it this time. Give and go with Lacazette, who brilliantly hooked it over the defender's head for Barcola to run on. He finished emphatically, volleying it with his right foot past the goalkeeper. It was past him in a flash. Went off to celebrate, but the flag was up. Lacazette was incensed. He thought it was onside. Replay showed that it was just about the right decision. But we've got about 10 minutes left in this one, and there's going to be quite a lot in stoppages, I would have thought. So plenty of time left for Lyon to grab an equaliser or a winner. Still, Lyon 3, Montpellier 4.
Let's have a recap of what the scores we got so far in the Premier League. Just kicked off in the second half with Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1. 38 minutes gone in Serie A. Napoli, the champions, are 0-0 against Fiorentina. Borussia Dortmund still leading Wolfsburg by 3-0. 7 minutes into the second half. Ligue 1 is Lyon 3, Montpellier 4. Just heard from Matt Key. Lyon had a goal disallowed literally just moments ago. There's 10 minutes to go in that game. They're playing an injury time in the Eredivisie between Fortuna Sittard and Vitesse. Fortuna leading by 2-0. We'll be going to Tom Cooney for full-time report very, very shortly. So it looks like it's a done deal game there. I'm just going to go quickly back to yesterday. Now, the results were very interesting. Chelsea had the first win. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3. Manchester City 2, Leeds 1. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0. We heard from Ryan Mason and Roy Hodgson early on. Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0. It was a big win for Wolves. It's a big loss for Aston Villa as well, who'd been brilliant under Unai Emery. But after losing 6-0 last weekend to Brighton, Lopetegui had to do something in that game yesterday, and Totti Gomez scored his first goal, and this is what he's got to say on scoring his goal, first goal for Wolverhampton Wanderers.
I was speechless. It was my first goal finally, and it feels amazing. I'm really proud, especially for my teammates. They've been helping me a lot. I've been through a lot, and this feels amazing. It's an amazing feeling. Yeah, we've been training this at a training ground. We knew everyone had this kind of opportunities, and this is what we practice. So this is not a big surprise for us, and I'm really, really happy. We've been through ups and downs. This is football. This is Premier League. It happened. We just need to be together. And of course, the coach was a really important part for us. The dressing side of the dressing room, he completely changed, of course. And everybody been helping each other. We've been fighting for each other. And when you do this, you have this kind of results like today. So.
Yes, the guy was very, very happy as he's scoring his first goal for Wolverhampton Wanderers. It was a big win for them and 3 points. The team who are trying to aim for 3 points are Arsenal, Billy Andrews. Still 1-0 for them, but Newcastle just come mighty close, haven't they?
Oh, well, Aaron Ramsdale, a fantastic save. I'll tell you about the chance for Isak first. A lovely ball over the top of Zinchenko from Kieran Trippier. Zinchenko turns his back on Jacob Murphy, backpedals, and Jacob Murphy just waltzes past him as he slips over, puts in a lovely ball. Isak loses Ben White, tries to guide his header into that bottom right-hand corner, but hits the base of the post and it's cleared away. Then they get given a free kick for a foul on Isak on the right-hand side of the box. The ball's whipped in by Kieran Trippier. Again, a fantastic, delicious delivery from the former Spurs and Atletico Madrid man. And this time, it's Fabian Schär, completely unmarked. Tries to direct his header into the ground and bounce it past Ramsdale, but his reactions are so good. He manages to get his arm down and scoop it away. And the first 5 minutes of this second half have been just as exciting as the last 45 of the first. Aaron Ramsdale's kept this game at 1-0, sorry. It could have been 1-0 with the post being hit by Isak. They hit the post in the first half. Ramsdale's just slipped. It's been cleared upfield. I think I need to go and lie down, John. It's all going on. Still only 1-0.
Well, it's still 1-0, but we are expecting probably goals the way the game has been. But so far, it has been very exciting to watch, isn't it? Especially for the neutral.
Oh, for a neutral, it's fantastic. It's that stereotypical, a great advert for the Premier League. And Gabriel Jesus and Martinelli are swapping around. Martinelli's got the ball in the box now. He goes to bend one and he's hit the crossbar. So we've had the post hit at one end, a fantastic save from Ramsdale. Gabriel Martinelli just got the ball from Gabriel Jesus. He's cut inside Fabian Schär and used the defender's body to bend his shot over the top of Nick Pope. Nick Pope doesn't even move and he just cannons off the top of the crossbar. This game, it cannot continue like this at 1-0. Surely, John, it's still only one goal in this game.
No, absolutely. It's 1-0 for Arsenal, but this game has got potential for more. And definitely, like I said, the Premier League is just absolutely beautiful. All the games has been absolutely beautiful to watch. I'll tell you about one game in League Matt Key is definitely enjoying because there's been a goal there.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
Now, Lyon are playing hit and miss at the moment. They were 1-0 up, then 3-1 down, and then 4-1 down, 4-2 down. Now it's 4-all. And guess what? Alexander Lacazette scored his hat-trick. Now, we got two players on a hat-trick, but probably Matt Key. It's why he's got to keep the ball because he's scored 4 goals so far.
Yeah, he's gone off and he's just watched absolute turmoil unfold here because it's 4-0 and it's Lacazette that's got a hat-trick. It's the same combination again. Barcola down the right this time. He's just absolutely ripping this Montpellier defence apart at the minute. He pulls it back and it's an absolutely brilliant finish from Lacazette. First time, right-footed, sweeping into the goal. It's absolutely extraordinary. We've got 5 minutes left. I wouldn't rule out a winner. If not, please can we have another half an hour of this? It's 85 gone. It's Lyon 4, Montpellier 4.
Last time we went to Ash Sandefjord, it was 3-0. But since then, there's been 2 more goals in the German Bundesliga.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
The message that Borussia Dortmund are sending to Bayern Munich is we are here. We are here to cause troubles for you. They'll be 1 point behind. And with that performance at the moment, still half an hour to go. Borussia Dortmund 5, Wolfsburg 0. We'll be going to Ash Sandefjord very, very shortly. I can tell you it's full time at the Dutch Eredivisie. Fortuna Sittard 2, Vitesse 0. So we've got Tom Cooney for a full-time report.
Yes, John. Full time here, and it's Fortuna Sittard 2, Vitesse 0. Doesn't sound like the most exciting game of the day, but a big result nonetheless. Both goals came in the second half. 51st minute, Paul Gladden put the home side ahead with a lovely glancing header, and Umero Imbalo finished it off on 76 minutes. If you take a look at the XG today, you can see Vitesse much higher than the home side, but they were so wasteful. 13 shots on goal, only 1 on target. You have to say that result for the home side probably makes them safe. It's not mathematical yet, but there's a few sides below them now, and that little cushion they've got should see them playing in the Eredivisie next year. Vitesse still have work to do, but their next 2 games, as I mentioned earlier, come against the 2 already relegated sides, so they'll get further opportunities to seal their fate. But today, Fortuna Sittard with the victors, finishing 2-0.
Thank you very much. That's Tom Cooney, our deputy reporter. Welcome aboard to the show. I'm sure we'll be hearing from him very, very soon in a few more shows in the next few games till the end of the season. I can tell you, in the Nigerian Premier League, we've got about 3 minutes to go in both the games that are happening at this moment in time. Kawara United 1, Nasarawa 0, and Esplatio 1, Remo Stars 1. Still Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1, but Ash Sandiford, yes, it is Ash Sandiford, have seen 5 goals so far, but he's going to talk to us through the 2 goals that Dortmund really not just cementing the win, haven't they? They're just sending a message to Thomas Tuchel's men.
They certainly are. It's absolutely raining goals here at the Signal Iduna Park. It's currently Dortmund 5, Wolfsburg 0. And it was 3-0 at half-time. And I'll tell you about the first goal, the fourth goal. And the fourth goal was scored by Jude Bellingham. And basically, it was on the counter-attack. He picked it up probably about 30 yards outside his penalty area. And he decided to go on a bit of a mazy run. And he wasn't really being closed down. He was kind of being shepherded down the right flank. And then he decided to cut inside. He cuts inside, smashes the ball. The goalkeeper pulls off a tremendous save. It hits the bar, but the ball has spun into the air, probably another 10 feet into the air, and gone into the goal. It was absolute bizarre. I couldn't believe what I've never seen a goal like that. That's hit the bar, span, and then gone back into the goal. Goalkeeper was just head in hand. He didn't know what to do. So that was the fourth goal. And then the fifth goal, this is the one that was even more bizarre. So the fifth goal was another bizarre bit of defending from Wolfsburg. The Wolfsburg manager, Niko Kovac, will have his head in his hands. He'll be absolutely... He's probably never seen defending like this all season. Like I said to you earlier, their away form has been pretty spectacular. So the goalkeepers come rushing out to kind of close down the shot from Jude Bellingham, and he's just made a right mess of it. And Adeyemi's literally just hit it into an empty net. He's literally got no one around him. Another poor defensive display from Wolfsburg. And like I said, it's poor here, and I think this, like I said, this game's going to be near enough dead and buried. It's Borussia Dortmund 5, Wolfsburg 0.
Thank you very much, Ash Sandiford. It's 0-0 at half-time between Napoli and Fiorentina, and Dean Kilford with a half-time report.
Well, it is half-time, and it is Napoli 0, Fiorentina 0, as you said there, John. But there have been chances coming towards the end of the half, and Osimhen is at the heart of all of the good things that's no surprise that Napoli have come up with. Twice he's gone close, he's headed over the bar, he's flashed one into the side netting, but the most important chance was literally just before the break. Elmas played him through just in front of the goalkeeper, hit it with absolute pace and power, but could only find the side netting. At the other end, there was a chance for Fiorentina. Turich got in behind and cut the ball across. Ostergaard just cut it out before Jovic got in there ahead of the goalkeeper. From the resulting corner, a free header for Milinkovic just went past the post. Really should have been the opening goal for Fiorentina. Earlier on in the game, Jovic was being kept at bay by Galini. It's still a party atmosphere in Naples, as you'd expect by the Scudetto winners, Napoli. Hopefully, we'll see some goals to back up what's going on in the crowd in the second half. The halftime score at Naples is Napoli 0, Fiorentina 0.
Thank you very much, Dean Kelvin. We'll be going back in the second half to see how Napoli are doing. Still, Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1. It's been a penalty at Dortmund. Is for Dortmund. And we got, in fact, Xhaka is injured. So we'll be going back to Billy Andrews after we come back from Nigeria. But what we're going to do, we're going to hand it over to Yanka and the team there to give you all the news of the Nigerian players around the globe and go through your comments and interactions on social media. And we'll be back here very shortly on more news of the goals that coming in the rest of the show. Good afternoon, Yanka. It's be great 3 points for Newcastle, wouldn't it? If for Arsenal, in fact, if they managed to hold on in this game.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with John Kane.
Yes, welcome back, and thank you very much, Jinka, for all the updates and the social interactions, and thank you everyone for sending your messages and for your phone calls. Let's go straight to Billy Andrews. 65 minutes gone, Billy. Still Newcastle 0, Arsenal 1. There's been substitutions and also chances, and it seems like VAR is involved as well at this moment in time.
Well, where do you want me to start, John? I'll start with the substitution. So Almiron's replaced Jacob Murphy for Newcastle, and Kieran Tierney has replaced Alexander Zinchenko for Arsenal. But the big chances have fallen to Newcastle. Alexander Isak, fantastic again down that left-hand side. He's cut into the box. Every time he gets on the ball, the crowd in St James's Park stand on their feet with anticipation. He's cut inside. He's played it into Joe Willock, and it's a fantastic tackle from Granit Xhaka to deny the former Arsenal man. Another chance fell to Bruno Guimaraes, but it was just a tame effort poked in towards Aaron Ramsdale. All he had to do was just put his hands out and stop it. He could have stopped it with a breeze, that shot from Bruno. They've got a free kick now to be whipped in by Kieran Trippier. It's gone all the way over and out for a goal kick. So Arsenal still hanging on, but Newcastle really have stepped it up, and we'll see if Miguel Almiron can help to try and find their way back into this game. Dan Burn and Granit Xhaka just having words with each other. Granit Xhaka is really in the wars today for Arsenal, as is Jorginho. They really are getting an absolute battering in midfield, but they're standing strong. They're not letting Newcastle have it all their own way. 66 minutes gone. It's still only 1-0. They are just checking for, I think they're checking for an elbow on Granit Xhaka by Joe Linton. He did leave with his elbow, but I'll let you know as soon as I see anything conclusive.
Yes, I'll see you guys. It's on the ground at the moment. There's a penalty. We're playing in the 9th minute of added time at Lyon. Is a penalty for Lyon, and it's 4-4 at the moment. So there's a chance of them nicking the 3 points. After all, after being down with how many goals? We'll be going to Matt Tempero very, very shortly. But I'm just going to bring on our very own Barry Swain. In fact, just before I go to Barry, there has been a goal at Lyon.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
Yes, that penalty has been converted by Lyon. It's Lyon 5, Montpellier 4. What a game that is in Ligue 1. It's been brilliant games all across the board today. The games that we are covering. And now we're going to Mackie very, very shortly. But I'm going to bring in Barry Swain. Good afternoon, Barry. You take it over for the next 2 hours or so, especially the later game with West Ham, Manchester United.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. We've got a great second half of the show lined up right here on Football Live on Brila FM. We'll see through what looks like an eventful game at Newcastle, and it's a great show this afternoon, guys. By the way, Dortmund 5 goals there, 9 goals at Lyon against Montpellier. One of the games of the season, that isn't it? What a comeback! They're going to need a chainsaw to chop that match ball up because there's 2 players that want to share that. So great afternoon. Really looking forward to the second half of the show, John. And if it's anything like the first half, then we're in for a real treat.
No, absolutely. And obviously, Barry Swain will be with you for the next hour show. I'll be with you for the next few minutes or so. And while I'm here, I'm going to go straight to Matthew Key because it's full time at Lyon, and Lyon have nicked the 3 points there.
Wow, well, it is one of the most extraordinary games I have ever seen. It's finished Lyon 5, Montpellier 4. They were 4-1 down after 55 minutes, and with the last kick of the game, Alex Lacazette has scored from the penalty spot for his 4th of the game and Lyon's 5. It's absolutely unbelievable. It looked like it was going to head for a draw. Lyon had missed some gilt-edged chances and looked like the full-time whistle was about to blow. And there was an incident in the penalty box. Nothing was really made of it, to be honest, but the ref was told to look at his screen. It was Lacazette that was tussling with Mamadou Sakho, the old Liverpool centre-half, and the referee pointed to the spot. The Montpellier coach absolutely fuming with the decision, but penalty it was. It took about 3 minutes to take, but Lacazette, cool as you like, stepped up, top corner, perfect penalty. Unbelievable game here in France. Absolutely sensational. You've got a feel for Montpellier, and in particular Wahi, who scored 4 goals and ended up on the losing side. But it's Lacazette that gets the last laugh and gets all 3 points from Lyon. an unbelievable game here in France. It's finished. Lyon 5, Montpellier 4. Incredible stuff.
Thank you very much, Matt Key. Go back to Barry Swain. Barry, it's been chance after chance in that game, isn't it, for Newcastle, Arsenal? And even though with 20 minutes to go, it's very hard to predict who's actually going to score the next goal.
Yeah, it is very hard. And, two good teams who have had fantastic seasons. And one thing I would say is this is a much better game than the game that they played out at the Emirates when Newcastle went shut up shop, frustrated Arsenal. They can't really do that at home, can they, Newcastle? And that's made for a much better game today. And, Arsenal are on the attack at the moment. And, you never know when the next goal comes, whichever way it goes, could be pivotal.
Barry, it has been a second goal at St. James Park.
The goals, powered by Nairabet.
We said it can go either way, didn't we? And who's might score it? And it's Arsenal. It's Newcastle 0, Arsenal 2. Now, Barry, that is a game that Arsenal, even though people are writing them off, but they're still there, aren't they? Catching up with Manchester City.
Well, all they can do is keep winning. And Manchester City were cruising, weren't they? And they were beating people and anyone in front of them, scoring lots of goals. Suddenly, 2-1 against Leeds, 2-1 against Fulham. They're still winning games, but they're grinding out. Suddenly, that golden little era that they've had over the last 3 or 4 weeks has turned into a little bit of a nervy show. They've taken over at the top, and they've taken over the nerves, I think. And they've got some tough games coming up, Manchester City. There's not being about the bush. They've got some tough games. All Arsenal can do is keep putting the pressure on. And I imagine Mikel Arteta, they're 2-0 up now, and an own goal albeit, and I'm sure you'll hear it from Billy in a second. But Mikel Arteta would have said to his players as soon as Manchester City went top of the table, look, guys, let's just take this to the last game of the season. We could take this to the last game of the season. Who knows where it might end up? I think off the top of my head, Arsenal at home and City are away, but I might stand corrected there. But, if they can take it to the last game of the season, Arsenal, then brilliant. But for Newcastle, on the flip side, they're letting that Liverpool, Manchester United kind of triumvirate behind them back in. Liverpool keep on winning, and everyone's looking at Manchester United as the team that Liverpool catch. Well, if Newcastle have a couple of losses, it could well turn against them. Let's hope not. We'd love to see them in the Champions League, but it's going to be very interesting in the next few weeks.
No, absolutely. Looking at Newcastle, they're only 2 points ahead of Manchester United with one game more, but one game less of Liverpool on 62 points. So you would think that probably Newcastle probably cement at least a top 4 place, unless it was a massive revival from Liverpool, as we've seen yesterday. But let's go to Billy. Let's go to Billy for the news of that second goal. And I believe it's an own goal by Fabian Schär, isn't it?
Yeah, and it had been coming since you last came to me, John, and it was just a goal of their own making. Newcastle. Joe Linton had it about a third of the way inside the Arsenal half. He had Kieran Trippier to his right. He tried to find someone in the box. Kieran Trippier screaming for it. He doesn't find him. Kieran Tierney intercepts and finds Gabriel Jesus. Gabriel Jesus then does well to hold up against Sven Botman. Sven Botman falls over and trips backwards. He then finds Gabriel Martinelli. And with Kieran Trippier halfway up the pitch, Gabriel Martinelli has the freedom of the Newcastle half to run into. Fabian Schär manages to get back, and so does Sven Botman. He stands Sven Botman up, takes him to the byline, and puts a venomous low cross in. Fabian Schär just sticks a leg out, and it just goes in past Nick Pope. It was one of those ones he had to make, because if he didn't touch that ball, Martin Odegaard was in for what would have been his second of the game. Dan Burns just been booked for a horrible late tackle on Bukayo Saka. Saka just down, getting some treatment. But it's a goal all of Newcastle's own making. And Arsenal, they've weathered the Newcastle storm. That fantastic tackle from Granit Xhaka to block from Joe Willock to keep it at 1-0. Aaron Ramsdale's fantastic save from Fabian Schär's header early in the second half. Isak hit the post. When you're going for a title, you need a bit of luck. And Newcastle have hit the post twice today. Arsenal have that luck at the moment. There's still 17 minutes to go in this game, but it's 2-0 to Arsenal. I want more goals, John.
Absolutely. We all want more goals. And just before I let Barry take full control of the studio, Barry, you just kicked off in the second half at Napoli. It's been a brilliant season, isn't it, for them and especially for Victor Osimhen. Obviously, it'd be good for them to win in front of their homes and celebrate this Scudetto. But at the moment, it's not happening at the moment, isn't it? I believe we lost Barry for a minute or so.
John, I'm back. I do apologise.
Yeah, I tell you what, funny you say that, and I think we were just talking about Napoli, and funny if I was looking at the bookies, I think it's a big chance here for Napoli, and betting has been suspended, funny enough, so there's a possible big chance happening at Diego Armando Maradona. I was just saying that it'd be great, isn't it, for Napoli to win in front of their fans while they're celebrating winning the Scudetto, isn't it? In fact, there is a penalty in Napoli, so that can come true.
Yeah, could well do. I don't think they'd be too bothered if they lost every game 5-0. Now they've won the league. They've done what's required of them. They are the best side in that division. They're great to watch. Obviously, the big European clubs, the Vultures, will be circling around Napoli in the summer for some great talent. And they've got 3 or 4 players that will play at the very, very top. But Napoli being in the Champions League again next season is a big plus, and I think we'll look forward to that. And it's dried up a little bit for Napoli. He had a couple of spells out on the sideline, didn't he, Victor Osimhen? But he's, he is a real talent. He's a super player. And I think we heard a snippet of him earlier in the show where he was saying, "Look, I'm loving life at the moment in the Italian league, but one day, yes, I will definitely be playing in the Premier League." So we'll wait and see when that one day is. By the way, John, Napoli have missed that penalty.
I know. I've just seen that. It's one of them days, isn't it? It's one of them days when it's not coming on. It's not coming on. But like you said, they're not really interested. Like I said, they can lose 4-5-0. They've won the Scudetto. They're the champions of Italian football, and to get that after 33 years, I mean, we talked about Maradona being probably the best of all time, and they've got talents now, haven't they? I mean, Kvara Maradona, as they call him in Italy, and Victor Osimhen, they've been brilliant, and Lozano, of course. So many talented players, but you worry, don't you, that are they going to be there next season? That's we'll find out in the summer.
Well, we will, and they say that they're not prepared to let people go, but we hear that a lot of the time, don't we? Not just from Napoli, but from other clubs, and then suddenly the big guns get the checkbook out and the right fee. There's a fee for every player, and if the right fee's there, then that could be too much to say no to, and we'll wait and see. It'll be an interesting summer, but for now, I think it's going to be a long party in Naples, and I think it will go long beyond today.
No, absolutely. And I would just like to thank everyone who's been listening today. I'm going to hand you over to Barry Swain for the remainder of 2 hours, and we'll speak to you very shortly on the next Premier League game.
Excellent. Thanks, John. Well, us chatting away there. I've lost 10 minutes. It'll be 2 hours today. So that's great, isn't it? Cut down my need to talk for 10 minutes. What a show we've had so far. Lyon 4-1 down at home to Montpellier, 1-5-4. 2 players, 1 on each side, scoring 4 goals. Salzburg have not won the league yet in Austria. They've just won by 2-1 against Rapid Vienna, despite being down to 10 men in that game. The player that was sent off, 2 yellow cards in the space of 60 seconds. Arsenal on the attack at the moment. Let's go and speak to Billy Andrews, who's watching at St James's Park. Arsenal 2-0 up, 12 minutes to go, Billy. Are they in control?
They are in control, Barry, and other than the 20-minute period, 15-20-minute period at the start of the second half, Arsenal have been in control of large portions of this game, and that's partly due to the midfield trio of Xhaka, Jorginho and Martin Ødegaard. I mean, Ødegaard is running the show. He's pulling the strings. You've got the defensive coverage from Granit Xhaka and even from Jorginho tracking back and making tackles that we don't normally associate with his game. Just a couple changes for Newcastle. Alan Saint-Maximin and Anthony Gordon are on for Joe Willock and Callum Wilson. It's not been Callum Wilson's day. I mean, I said before the game that him and Isak had combined for 15 goals this season. They'd never started in the Premier League before today, and it hasn't really worked out for them this afternoon. But like I said, this Newcastle team is pretty young, and they will come back into it. Just a little bit of misplaced play from Joe Linton to give the ball away. Bruno Guimaraes hasn't had a great day at all. He's been a ghost for large portions of this game, and Arsenal really are just starting to play with them now, down by their own corner flag.
Excellent. Thanks, Billy. We'll be back to you between now and the final whistle, I'm sure, as Arsenal have just brought on party for Odegaard. That tells you what they're trying to do there, Arsenal. 2-0 up away at Liverpool, threw it away, didn't they? 2-0 up at West Ham, threw it away. 2-0 up today at Newcastle. The good news is there's not 10 minutes gone, there's not 20 minutes gone, there's 80 minutes gone, so they haven't got quite so long to hold out. Big games in non-league football today in England, and I'll mention this because Notts County have got through to the final of the 5th tier. This is the National League. Now, Notts County were in the old First Division when it became the Premier League. They got relegated, so they just missed out on playing in the Premier League. They've gone down through the years over the years. They average over 10,000 people at home. They've got a bigger ground than Bournemouth. Okay, they're in non-league football, and today they 107 points, by the way, but they can only finish second to the Hollywood team Wrexham. So they went into the playoffs, and today they played at home to Boreham Wood. They were 2-0 down, and they ended up coming back and winning 3-2. And we've just seen the second semi-final, Chesterfield, who were once FA Cup semi-finalists, 3-1 up in an FA Cup semi-final against Middlesbrough in the mid-90s. They were 2-1 up with 99 minutes on the clock, and a goal from Michael Cheek, the cheek of it, on 99 minutes, forced it to extra time. Bromley equalising. Liam Mandeville has just scored for Chesterfield before half-time in extra time. So it looks like it's going to be Chesterfield, Notts County in the final. Let's head off, shall we, to Dean Kilford. He's watching Napoli against Fiorentina, and Dean can tell us all about the missed penalty.
Well, I certainly can. Napoli, someone's put something into their half-time drinks. They have come out absolutely flying at the start of this second half, and it was just 2 seconds old. They made 2 changes at the break. Lobotka and Zelensky came on, and it's the first of those. Lobotka, who was brought down for the penalty. Amrabat is fuming about the decision, but there was a clumsy challenge that led to the decision. No hesitation from the referee to point to the spots. And Osimhen, the man who's leading the scoring charts in Serie A, stepped up, fired it confidently low to the right, but the keeper guessed right and pushed it away straight into the path of Di Lorenzo. And the keeper was there once more to deny the rebound follow-up. Since then, Osimhen's had another attempt on goal, played in behind, just muscled off, and the ball ran out of play in the end. And at the other end, Amrabat's just shot straight at the goalkeeper as Fiorentina looked to respond. But as it stands, Napoli all over the Fiorentina side that are playing for nothing really, and just thinking about that Conference League semi-final on Thursday against Bâle. The score here, 53 minutes gone. It's Napoli 0, Fiorentina 0.
Thanks, Dean. Thomas Tuchel, look over your shoulder. Your goal difference might come in handy for Dortmund this afternoon. They're now 6-0 up. Another goal in the Bundesliga.
The goals. This is Football Live.
Bad cueing for me there. Sorry to our producer Patrick, who's waiting for me to say there's been a goal, and I just went into a little bit of a wobble. Sorry, Patrick. He's smiling at me through the glass. Listen, 6-0 now. Dortmund are leading. Now this is, Dortmund Signal Iduna Park. 4 behind Bayern with 1 in hand. This is their 1 in hand. They're going to be a point behind Wolfsburg, are just 2 points off the European qualifications places. This is a real statement from Borussia Dortmund. Let's head over to Signal Iduna Park and Ash Sandiford, who can tell us all about goal number 6.
Yeah, huge statement here at the Signal Iduna Park. It's Borussia Dortmund 6, Wolfsburg 0, and it's another goal for the Englishman Jude Bellingham. So in the end, it was a chip from the defender. He's chipped it into Julian Brandt, and Julian Brandt is literally just cushioned the header really, really nicely into the on-running Jude Bellingham, who took a touch and smashed it low and hard with his left foot to score his second of the game. Absolute brilliant build-up play from Borussia Dortmund, and it's a great statement from them to say to the Bundesliga champions, to say to them, we are going to catch you, and we're going to try and close that gap, because they're 1 point behind now. I think this game is near enough sewn up. The goal difference, it is great to get those goals, but they're still, I think, minus 16, I think, goals behind Bayern Munich at the moment. So they'll be looking to get more goals, but I don't think they'll match level with their goal difference. But it's a good statement today from the boys at Borussia Dortmund, and they'll be looking to put more and more pressure on them and Bayern Munich. But as it stands, it's Borussia Dortmund 6, Wolfsburg 0.
We'll be over to the London Stadium in just a moment to speak to John Kane, who's dashed off from the studio just down the road to the London Stadium. West Ham United against Manchester United is our later featured game, and John's got some team news. We'll be over there in just a few moments' time. Staying with the North London kind of East London theme, former Spurs man Toby Alderweireld has just equalised for Antwerp. It's a massive game, this one, by the way, in Belgium this afternoon. Antwerp at the Bosso-Elle Stadium are currently top. But Antwerp have won their last 5, are 2 points behind them. 3-horse race this with USG. Antwerp were 1-0 down early on for Mackenzie's goal. Then Antwerp missed a penalty. Janssen missing. He was just about to take the second penalty when Toby Alderweireld, an experienced defender, formerly of Tottenham, stepped up and said, no, I'll take care of this. And he walloped it into the back of the net. And right on the stroke of half-time, in injury time, is 1-1 between Antwerp and Ghent. That isn't quite a title decider because it is a 3-horse race, but my goodness me, that is a massive, massive match. Let's head off now to the London Stadium. John Kane is our man in place watching this one when it kicks off. It kicks off in around about 40 minutes' time. And with team news, here is John Kane.
Yes, thank you very much, Barry. Welcome back, everyone. The team news are probably what's been expected. They're both coming back on defeats. Manchester United, the away side today, they've lost to Brighton midweek, and West Ham United, they've lost to Manchester City by 3-0. But West Ham United had a bug was going around during the week, so they missed out on a few players. So there have been more changes today, obviously, for these players to come back. So we got Egert, Declan Rice, Souček, and Benrahma are back, and now are Kufal, Emerson, Fornals, and Downs. As for Manchester United, we see 3 changes. Dalu, Weghorst, and Fred are out, and in are Malaysia, Christian Eriksen, and Anthony Martial. In fact, Martial is out. So I'll go through this, the actual formation. Fabianski in goal for West Ham, Cresswell, Egert, Ogbama, and Kerr in defence. In midfield is Rice, Souček, and Antonio up front, and he's supported by Benrahma, Paqueta, and Jared Bowen. As for Manchester United, David De Gea in goal, Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Shaw, Malaysia in defence. In midfield, Christian Eriksen, Casemiro, and Bruno Fernandes. And up front is Anthony, Weghorst, and Rashford. And just to know, the last time West Ham won was here on the stadium, and it was back in 2019. There was a 0-0 from Marcus Rashford. So Manchester United, probably they feel a bit more confident, Barry, that actually they can actually come to London and nick 3 points of West Ham.
Thank you very much, John. We'll have a chat between now and kickoff regarding West Ham United against Manchester United. Just having a quick look before we go to the ad break at the table in the Bundesliga. Borussia Dortmund going into today's game, in fact, with the current +6 that they've got today, are on +33. And, well, Borussia Dortmund have actually still got a 6-goal better goal difference. So that 6 goals has certainly closed down the goal difference at the top of the Bundesliga. But if it does go down to goal difference, Bayern Munich still have very much the better goal difference. 6-0 Borussia Dortmund are currently leading in that game. 2 for Kerim Adeyemi and 1 for Bellingham. Malen and Haller also on the score sheet in what has been a thumping afternoon. Adeyemi has missed a penalty, and then Bellingham has added a second. So all happening there. It's in the latter stage. It's nearly finished, in fact. The final whistle has gone. We'll be over to Ash Sandiford. Let's quickly go over to Ash Sandiford now, actually, and get a full-time comfortable for Borussia Dortmund in the end. Ash Sandiford.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. And like I said, finished full-time here at the Signal Iduna Park. Borussia Dortmund 6, Wolfsburg 0. And it was cruise control, to be honest with you, from the minute get-go. Adeyemi opened up the scoring with his first goal in the game with a good cross in and with a simple tap in. After 28 minutes, Sebastian Haller again had another simple goal where it was a good cross on the left-hand side from Marlon, and Haller literally had an open goal to score with. After 37 minutes, Donny Marlon was bearing down on goal, and he got himself a lovely little finish with his right foot just in the bottom right-hand corner, and it was 3-0 at half-time. In the second half, in the end, Wolfsburg did huff and puff and did try to get themselves into the game, but there's so many goals to tell you about. Jude Bellingham, again, with his amazing, mazy run down the right-hand side. No one seemed to close him down. He had loads of acres of space, and in the end, he struck it with his left foot about 25 yards out, hit the crossbar, spun up into the air, and went into the goal. After that, another goal. At the end, he actually got himself another goal in the end after 59 minutes in quick succession to make it 5-0. And really comfortable finish from him. And he got himself the chance to get his hat-trick from the penalty spot, which he ballooned over the bar after about 68 minutes, which was unfortunate. He sadly got taken off a few moments after that. In the end, Jude Bellingham managed to get his second goal with a great cushioned header from Julian Brandt for him to just control it onto his chest and take a strike with his left foot in the bottom left-hand corner. Super stuff here at the Signal Iduna Park, and 1 point now behind Bayern Munich. So they'll be super happy with this performance today. It's Borussia Dortmund 6, Wolfsburg 0.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow. Just wow. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest, and Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. Next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Brila FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Follow Nairabet on Twitter at Nairabet and on Facebook at Nairabet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. Nairabet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
A quick reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Brila FM. Looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show. This coming Monday, exclusive to Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with Barry Swain.
The goals. This is Football Live.
Yes, apologies. Yeah, let's head to Napoli. Just heard the goal jingle there, but in fact, the goal has been disallowed at the Diego Armando Maradona. And let's head to Dean Kilford, who can tell us all about that goal that wasn't a goal.
Well, I think there's been some confusion because the ball never crossed the line. It was Osimhen, as you'd expect, at the heart of all good things that Napoli are doing. He managed to rustle off Milenkovic, beat the keeper, lobbed him. The ball bounced and he thought it was going to go into the net, and it bounced too far and hit the bar and came back out. So a golden opportunity for Napoli, but unfortunately it goes begging for Osimhen, and it remains goalless here. It's 65 on the clock. It's Napoli 0, Fiorentina 0. Napoli knocking on the door.
It sounds like it. Let's head back to our featured game in the Premier League. There's a big scuffle going on deep into stoppage time as I speak at the moment. Billy Andrews, it looks like it's 3 points to Arsenal, doesn't it?
It does look like it's 3 points to Arsenal as we're 4 minutes into the 6 added on, but Newcastle haven't given up just yet. They've had 2 massive chances. The first fell to Fabian Schär, of course, the scorer of that unfortunate own goal. Arsenal failed to clear a corner, and it was just flicked back to Fabian Schär. Took one touch with his knee and volleyed it agonisingly close, just over Aaron Ramsdale's crossbar. The second one came from substitute Alan Saint-Maximin. Amazing run down the left-hand side. He's caused Gabriel all sorts of problems since he's come on. He's won a couple of corners. And this time he cut inside and bent it around Reece Nelson. A lovely fingertip save from Aaron Ramsdale. He kept Arsenal in it at 1-0. Kept them in it at 2-0. As we go into the last 2 minutes, Eddie Nketiah just fouled there by Fabian Schär and Kieran Trippier. He's being pushed over and almost wrestled away by the pair of them. To say Kieran Trippier was starting to lose his rag. He's starting to lose it a bit, and there's a tussle between Nketiah and Fabian Schär. Chris Kavanagh, not the most popular man in Newcastle this evening, but I don't think there's going to be any red cards. 95 on the clock. It's still 2-0 to Arsenal.
Thank you, Billy. We'll probably be across to Billy in just a few moments' time for a full-time update. It's deep in stoppage time there. The final whistle is imminent, and Arsenal are going to take all 3 points, it seems, from that match. Let's quickly run through what we've covered so far on the show. Lyon 5, Montpellier 4, coming back from 4-1 down at the Groupama Stadium. 4 goals there for Alexandre Lacazette for Lyon. What a comeback. Matthew Key was across that one earlier. More drama in the game between Borussia Dortmund and Wolfsburg. Borussia Dortmund closing to within a point of Bayern Munich at the top, thanks to a 6-0 thumping against Wolfsburg, who are on the brink of qualifying for Europe this season. So that was a statement result. Napoli currently 0-0 in the second half against Fiorentina. Missed penalty there as well. A little bit later on, we will be covering West Ham United against Manchester United and Chelsea against Everton in the WSL. So plenty of great action to come on Football Live. Bayern Munich 2-1 winners yesterday at Werder Bremen, and an excellent result it was too. Let's head back to Newcastle and to St James's Park. Billy Andrews, the final whistle was gone and Arsenal's mission is complete.
Yeah, Arsenal put the pressure back on Manchester City to win next weekend. They do have a game less than... I've played a game more than Manchester City, but they will need to win to keep the 4-point distance between them and Arsenal. The goals from Martin Odegaard, a fantastic goal from 30 yards. And it came from a mistake all of Newcastle's own making. It was a ball given away by Bruno Guimaraes, who in truth had a horrible game this afternoon against Arsenal. He rugby tackled Granit Xhaka to the ground. The ball found its way to Bukayo Saka. He found Jorginho. Jorginho found his captain, and from 35 yards with his left foot, put past Nick Pope. Nick Pope made a couple of fantastic one-on-one saves from Bukayo Saka and Gabriel Martinelli. But at the start of the second half, Newcastle were really up for it as Alexander Isak hit the post and Fabian Schär drew a fantastic reaction save from Aaron Ramsdale. Fabian Schär was at the heart of everything that happened for Newcastle in the second half, and it was his own goal that gave Arsenal a 2-0 lead following a fantastic run from Gabriel Jesus and Gabriel Martinelli. They pushed and pushed Newcastle, but Arsenal had just too much for the man of the match. Officially went to Jorginho, but in truth it could have gone to any of the midfield three of Xhaka and Odegaard, maybe even Aaron Ramsdale. But it finished at St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Arsenal 2.
Billy, whilst you're with us and before we let you go, it's a funny old business up at the top at the moment. A great result for the likes of Liverpool, who are chasing down a top 4 spot. And maybe now they will start thinking, hold on, let's not just target Manchester United. Let's start targeting Newcastle United, who are only 3 points ahead and they've played one game less. So if Newcastle lose that game in hand, and Liverpool slightly worse goal difference than Newcastle, it's still very open, isn't it?
It's incredibly open. And you look at the way Liverpool have been grinding out results by one goal. You know, a 1-goal win against Fulham, a 1-goal win yesterday against Brentford. They beat Tottenham by a goal. So they're grinding out these results at the right time of the season. Newcastle need to win that game in hand. You think Manchester United would have to win both their games in hand to go far enough ahead of Liverpool for it to not matter if they lost to Chelsea potentially, but it's one of those ones you have to win all your games. And for Newcastle, for large parts of this season, they've been fantastic. I think it's just starting to show now that the squad as a whole probably isn't up to the quality it should be. But give Eddie Howe a couple more windows and he'll get the players in that he wants. Because let's be honest, the players he has brought in, they've all been largely fantastic.
Of course, a Champions League place next season would be a carrot being dangled in front of some quality signings, I would have thought, in the summer. Talking about the title race, I mean, it seems to me whoever's sitting on top of the table is the team under pressure. And whilst Manchester City are everyone's favourites at the moment, they're only a point ahead. They've got one game in hand on Arsenal. All Arsenal can do is keep on winning, and that's exactly what they're doing. And I think I mentioned it to John when we had a conversation on top of the hour. If they can take it to the last game, they'll be more than happy, won't they, Arsenal?
Yeah, if they can take it to the last day, they'll think we've got a chance of this. We've seen it before with the Aguero moment. We saw it when Manchester City came back from behind to beat Aston Villa. It broke Liverpool's hearts on the last day. And being in second place, Arsenal have less pressure on them. Manchester City have to keep winning. You know, I said it to John earlier, you know, they've conceded to Fulham. They conceded to Leeds, not as convincing as, you know, maybe they should be against these teams. And they've got big games against Real Madrid coming up. Potentially they could rest players. They've got Everton next Sunday, who are fighting for Premier League survival away at Goodison Park. So there's all these things that are going against Manchester City, and the pressure will build and build and build. And it's whether they can hold off on that pressure. And Arsenal have to be there within touching distance, ready to strike, which they are if they keep winning and putting pressure on City.
And of course, Manchester City have a distraction of the FA Cup final and potentially the Champions League as well. Real Madrid coming up this week. We're all licking our lips about that one. Billy, thank you very much for this afternoon's brilliant coverage from St James's Park. That was Billy Andrews covering the game between Newcastle United and Arsenal. Excellent win that for Arsenal. 2-0 at St James's Park this afternoon. There's a penalty in the game at Napoli. Their second penalty in the second half. We'll be over to Dean Kilford in just a few moments' time to hear how that one finishes. And I tell you, Giresunspor have just equalised against Fenerbahce, the Turkish league. We don't often talk about that, but the Turkish league, if you ever look at the league table, wow, that is very tight. A three-horse race. And Fenerbahce, who were ahead in that game, dropping points potentially here. There's about 20 minutes to go against the Giresunspor side, who are looking down the barrel of relegation. So that would be 2 points dropped if they don't go off and find another goal. Talking about a goal, there has been a goal in the game, finally, at Napoli.
The goals. This is Football Live.
Let's head across to Dean Kilford, who can tell us all about a goal for Napoli and a goal for, surprise, surprise, Mr. Victor Osimhen.
23 and counting, leading the scoring charts in Serie A and also breaking the African record of most goals scored in Serie A, beating the great George Weah. It's now 47 goals in Serie A for Victor Osimhen. It's a second penalty. This time he goes exactly the same way and the keeper went the wrong way, and it all came through from a rather reckless challenge from Gonzalez. Kvaratskhelia controlled a brilliant sort of sprayed ball across the face of the pitch. He dove into the area, just sort of dangled his leg out, invited the challenge. Gonzalez nibbled at it, brought him down. There was a brief VAR check, and after that check, there was no hesitation. And there, the man, coolness personified from 12 yards. He'd missed one. He was absolutely making sure he was taking this one. Osimhen firing it to the right-hand side into the roof of the net to make it Napoli 1, Fiorentina 0. There's about 15 minutes left to go here. There's fireworks, pyrotechnics, all sorts going off inside the stadium. The referee's just trying to calm down the crowd here, who have naturally, as you'd expect, been in party mode from the very get-go. So, yeah, hopefully we'll have some more goals. This is the start of it. It's about 15 to go here. It's Napoli 1, Fiorentina 0.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Dean. Let's get some team news, shall we, from one of our two feature games. We've already heard from John Kane, West Ham United against Manchester United. We will have a chat with John in a few minutes' time about that match. Let's turn our attentions to the Women's Super League now, because the title race is really hotting up. Chelsea are in action at Kingsmeadow at home to Everton this afternoon. And watching this one for us and for Football Live is Matt Temple.
Yes, good evening, everyone. A fourth consecutive WSL title is well in reach for Chelsea this season. They currently sit third in the table behind both Manchester clubs, but crucially, Chelsea have those 3 games in hand. Today they play Everton, who have improved this season and currently sit in 6th place. They'll be eyeing up a top half finish, and at the moment it looks like they'll comfortably do just that. But the team news for today, wholesale changes for Chelsea as they make 5 changes to the starting 11, including a change of goalkeeper as Anne-Katrin Berger is benched for Musovic. Lauren James is also dropped to the bench. Everton themselves, they make 3 changes to the team that beat Reading last time out. There's a lot of goals in both of these teams, so there should be a lot of action here at Kingsmeadow tonight.
And Matthew, the results earlier today, because the 2 Manchester clubs are directly above Chelsea in the league, mixed bag of results really, because Manchester United beat Tottenham Hotspur quite easily at the League Sports Village by 3-0. Rousseau and Paris amongst the goals. But Manchester City have really a dent in their own title hopes because they lost 2-1 away at Liverpool. So this is a real chance now for Chelsea to kick on after the disappointment in the Champions League. Although it's no disgrace losing to an excellent Barcelona, but they would want a trophy on the table come the end of the season, wouldn't they, Chelsea?
Oh, of course. You know, Emma Hayes has done a fantastic job at Chelsea, and you know, trophies of what they've been bringing home every season. They're yet to hit the heights in Europe, but you know, like you said, Barcelona are an unbelievable team. In terms of Manchester United, you know, Chelsea still have a lot of work to do to catch Manchester United. Manchester City look like they've slipped up today and have possibly ruled themselves out of the title race. But look, who would bet against Chelsea? They've won the last 3 consecutive WSL titles. Would you bet on them to not win a 4th? I'm not sure. But obviously they'll have to get past Everton today. That's the first point.
Well, we're really looking forward to this one, and Matthew will be keeping a very close eye on things. If you're wondering who Chelsea have got to play between now and the end of the season, in just 3 days' time, they're playing against Leicester City. Leicester have had a real upturn in fortune. They're on a good run at the moment, so that won't be easy. That's also at Kingsmeadow. Leicester are looking to stay up, and they're heading towards succeeding in staying up. And then a home game against Manchester United next weekend could well be the title decider at Kingsmeadow. These next 3 games in the next 7 days for Chelsea will go a long way to deciding, but they've still got more games after that. West Ham away, Arsenal at home, and Arsenal, still right there in the mix. And then they finish off at Reading, who look like they could be relegated this season. They are currently at bottom of the table and got thrashed at home by by Aston Villa 5-0 earlier today, and they are well and truly cemented at the bottom of the table. Rachel Daly hat-trick in that game for Aston Villa. So Women's Super League, Chelsea and West Ham United against Manchester United coming up. Let's go to Dean Kilford, who can tell us about a load of changes, substitute changes in the game that he is watching at the Diego Armando Maradona Stadium. It's Napoli against Fiorentina, and it's Dean Kilford.
Well, the scoreline still Napoli 1, Fiorentina 0. Fiorentina reacting to that penalty goal by Osimhen by replacing Amrabat and Sotil, Kouame and Saponaro coming on. And then just a couple of moments ago, the goal scorer Osimhen was replaced to a standing ovation. This crowd already been on their feet for the entirety of the 90 minutes and the 2 hours before kickoff. They almost gave like a guard of honour on the bench as he was replaced by Simeone. It's a struggle to see the pitch, to be honest. There is blue smoke all around here in the stadium. And just as I'm talking to you, Gonzalez has a golden opportunity for Fiorentina from 12 yards. Ball kind of crossed to him from the byline, and he just opened up his left foot and put it beyond the far post. But Fiorentina really should be level here. Blue smoke engulfing, party atmosphere, Napoli leading. There's about 10 minutes to go. The scoreline, Napoli 1, Fiorentina 0.
Thank you very much for that, Dean. Listen, we've had 5 games so far that we've been covering on the show this afternoon, and they have produced a combined tally of 20. That's 4 goals per game on average. And we will be hoping that we can continue that this afternoon as Chelsea take on Everton in the Women's Super League and West Ham United take on Manchester United in the Men's Premier League. And watching that game for us is John Kane. And let's cross over to John now. John, this is a big game for West Ham United and Manchester United. If you had to draw up the lines and say who needs this most, you'd have to say Manchester United probably need it most with their battle for the top 4 and Liverpool breathing down your neck. Liverpool, by the way, all supporting West Ham United this afternoon. West Ham should be safe, but another win wouldn't go amiss. This could be a big stride for them if they can win today at home to Manchester United. And I watched the game the other night, John, Brighton against Manchester United, and I wasn't that impressed with the performance of United. Hot and cold all season, and yes, they've had a few injury problems, no recognised central defender, and you know, it seems that they will have enough to get across the line, but I'm not totally convinced by them.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I mean, they have been blowing hot and cold all season. But the one thing that probably come out of it come the end of the season, which is only a few weeks away, is the great job that Erik ten Hag has done to stabilise the ship in a club like Manchester United. They can only improve from here on onwards, especially when the summer comes in. Manchester United will have enough money to get more players in and maybe replace a few more. But they are definitely on the right track when you compare to anything just before Erik ten Hag took over. They were all over the place, weren't they? But Erik ten Hag came in and he actually definitely steadied the ship at the club. And I mean, look at it. They've got a game in hand, which they play out today on Newcastle, who lost to Arsenal. They win today, they go third above them. So it's all there for them for the taking to be in the Champions League. I mean, you look at it, probably Newcastle and Manchester United are probably both favourites to claim third and fourth. And I think just before Erik ten Hag took over, Manchester United fans probably were thinking, well, we'd be happy with the top 10 the way things are going. And now to get top 4 is brilliant for them.
John, we're all hoping here at Football Live on Sunday, the 28th of May, which is 3 weeks today. It's the final day of the season, isn't it? 3 weeks today. Is it really that close? It's coming round quickly. We're hoping that the relegation battle goes to the wire. We're hoping that the title race goes to the last day. We're hoping that the race for the top 4 goes to the last day. And all the games are being played at the same time on that Sunday afternoon, which, of course, we will have covered right here on Brila FM, exclusively on Football Live. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the fixtures. Manchester United are at home on that day to Fulham. Well, Fulham have done a fantastic job. Yes, they are 10th at the moment, but I think when the season started, probably people put Fulham with the likes of Bournemouth and probably Wolves or Crystal Palace, that one of the favourites to go down. But they're not only just safe in the Premier League, but they've been playing brilliant football. And I must admit, they have been missing Alexander Mitrovic with that long-term ban that they have. But again, you look at West Ham, you said that they may be safe. They're 34 points. So technically, they're not safe. They're only 4 points above Leicester and Leeds, and they're going to have to play both in the next few weeks. And the last game in the season is away to Leicester. So if West Ham don't win today, they were piling the pressure on themselves. And playing Leeds and Leicester the last 2 games of the season, it's going to be like cup finals for them if they don't get at least a point or 2 today and the next game at Brentford. I mean, mind you, just to note that they are playing AZ Alkmaar in the European Conference League over 2 legs, which is the first one is on this Tuesday. You know, you look at it, is that going to be a distraction for them, or is it something good as if for them to win the European trophy?
This is the thing. Is it a distraction? Because, you know, I spoke to a West Ham fan the other day, and I don't think he's on his own. I don't think he's a majority, but I don't think he's on his own. They said, you know what, I'd love to win that trophy. and get relegated. I don't care, because we know we'll win the championship next season and we could start off again. And for a club like West Ham, it's a valid point, isn't it? They'll still be playing European football and the championship next season. Goodness gracious, how many games will they have to play next season if they play 46 in the championship and have another good run in Europe? My goodness. But realistically, everyone keeps saying to me, West Ham too good to go down, West Ham too good to go down. But they're there, and they're there for a reason. And yes, European football has been a massive distraction for a fairly small squad. A lot of the players that he brought in, David Moyes, last summer, are only just starting to settle down, if they've settled down at all. You know, it's a tall order for a club like West Ham United to juggle survival with a run in Europe. And, you know, if they can stay up and they can collect the Conference League, which, let's be honest with you, John, they are favourites, aren't they? They've got to be favourites for that competition. And, you know, if they can get a trophy, then great. That would mean everything to West Ham. A club like West Ham, a trophy comes along, every 30, 40 years, whatever it is. They haven't won a cup since, the early 80s. But, you know, if they can win that, then brilliant. But, you know,
absolutely,
it's a predicament, isn't it? But
absolutely. I mean, West Ham fans will be loving it, wouldn't they? A trophy in a bag, it'll be fantastic. And even if they go back to go down to the championship, which is still 50-50 from my point of view, you can see how much they'll be talking the Spurs fans. They've gone down to the championship, they won a trophy, which is much more what Harry Kane and Tottenham did over the last 10-15 years. So you're not going to hear the end of it. But if they win it, that'd be fantastic for them. They are the favourites to win it, and I mean, Alco are not an easy side, but the way West Ham been playing at home, it's been absolutely brilliant to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, and West Ham 3.5 with Nairabet latest odds, 3.75 for the draw, and 2.05 for a Manchester United win. In that 3 games tomorrow, John, let's quickly touch on these because we've got a few minutes before kick-off and before things start to simmer up with our next round of fixtures. 3 games tomorrow, and it's all attention down at the bottom, like the game today, if you like, with West Ham. Fulham against Leicester. Nothing on it for Fulham, but they want to finish as high as possible. Leicester City, they really need a win. They are 2.6 actually with Nairabet, slight favourites. Ahead. I can't believe they're slight favourites away at Fulham tomorrow, according to Nairabet, but they are, because there's nothing on it for Fulham. It depends what Fulham turns up to many people, doesn't it?
No, absolutely. I mean, Fulham, like I said, I think probably the reason why Leicester's probably slight favourite is because probably they want it more, don't they? They are definitely going for it. And if you see the game against Everton at midweek, it's been a brilliant game. It's probably one of the games of the season because both teams sitting there in the bottom 5. I mean, Everton, such a big club, aren't they? I mean, people probably don't realise how big Everton are, and they're actually 19th at the moment. If they go down, that's a big news. But both of them played beautiful football, attacking football, and that's why the book is putting Leicester slightly favourite above Fulham. But Fulham have been struggling in scoring goals with the absence of Mitrovic, but it's going to be an interesting game, very interesting game. But I know you probably would not like my prediction on that, but I think Leicester might actually get away with the 3 points tomorrow.
It was a very tight game when they played earlier on in the season, Fulham winning 1-0. Alexander Mitrovic scored that day. By the way, Mitrovic is serving the final of his 8-match ban tomorrow against Leicester City. He'll be back next Saturday for Southampton against Fulham. Brighton against Everton, odds of 8.0 for Everton to go and win at Brighton. That's a big challenge for Sean Dyche and his team. They haven't had a great run of form. And the fixture that they don't really want at the moment is a long trip in midweek away at Brighton tomorrow, tea time, 17:30 kickoff. You fancy Brighton for that one?
You're going to have to, don't you? I mean, look at Brighton, actually. They're 3 points in hand for that game against Liverpool. If they win the 3 games in hand, Brighton, they'll go above Liverpool into 5th and maybe causing problems for Manchester United and Newcastle, depending how them 2 teams are doing. But Brighton's been absolutely breath of fresh air. They've been brilliant to watch. People had that doubt, didn't they? And you can understand why. When Graham Potter left, people weren't quite sure if Roberto De Zerbi would be coming in. Is he going to change things? I think he let things flow, didn't he? And that is the beauty of a good manager. You don't have to change things. If things were going on well, you keep at it. And that's what he did. So Brighton and that, it's no such thing as a guaranteed 3 points, but you look at the way they've been playing, look at the performance against Manchester United at midweek, they've been absolutely excellent. And for Everton, they brought in Sean Dyche. He's a good coach, but I think he probably came in too little too late. He's done few changes, but are these changes going to be enough? We should wait and see.
Yeah, we will. We haven't got time to talk about Nottingham Forest against Southampton. Maybe we might have a chat in the final hour of the programme if there's a lull in the game that you'll be watching. But for now, it's time for us to head back to Brila FM HQ and to Yenka for our social media update. Over to you, Yenka.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with Barry Swain.
Yes, welcome back. Thank you very much to Yanko and the team back at Brila FM HQ for that update. They're just about to kick off in the game between West Ham United and Manchester United. Early stages of Chelsea against Everton. We'll catch up with Matt Temporal to give us an update on that in just a few moments' time. Let's go to Dean Kilford, shall we, who can give us a full-time report. And it looks like three points and another goal for Victor Osimhen, and more reason to party in Naples tonight. Dean Kilford for Napoli.
Absolutely, Barry. It's finished here. Napoli 1, Fiorentina 0. It was a 74th minute penalty by Victor Osimhen that takes him up to 23 for the season and up to 46 for goals from African players in the Serie A, which surpasses the late, great George Weah. I shouldn't say late, great, just the great George Weah, who had previously had that record. The party scene started before the game here. The fans were inside the stadium about 2 hours before kickoff. Flags were waving for the full 90 minutes. And there maybe was a bit of a hangover still from that Thursday night draw against Udinese, where the players started slowly. And they were thankful for their goalkeeper, Galini, for keeping Jovic at bay on a couple of occasions when it looked like Fiorentina were going to come and spoil the party. After the restart, Napoli came out flying. They won a penalty after about 2 minutes. Amrabat with the foul. And Osimhen stepped up, hit it hard to the right, keeper guessed right, and also saved the rebound. But Osimhen wasn't going to be denied. He got his second penalty in the 74th minute. Same corner, different result. This time was a goal. They played out the remainder of the game with kickball, ole football, and as that happened, the streets of Napoli filled up behind. The scenes in Naples right now is something to behold. If you can get yourself to look online to see the fans all around the stadium, there's fireworks going off all around. That party atmosphere continued after Osimhen's goal. And Fiorentina had a couple of half chances. Kouani got played through one-on-one with the goalkeeper, took a heavy touch that allowed the keeper to come out. Galini spread himself well. Kouami got to the ball first, but hit it over the top of the bar and not into the back of the net, which means the final score is Napoli 1, Fiorentina 0. Napoli up to 83 points, and they can certainly enjoy their Sunday evening partying. For Fiorentina, their attentions turn to that Conference League semi-final against Bâle on Thursday night, where they've got bigger fish to fry. Of course, they've got the cup against Inter Milan, the cup final in a couple of weeks' time as well. So party times here in Naples. Final score here is Napoli 1, Fiorentina 0.
The goals. This is Football Live.
Don't get too excited. It's not at the West Ham United, Manchester United game. That has literally just kicked off, and we'll hear from John Kane, who is watching that match for us at the London Stadium in just a few moments. But there has been an early goal. Chelsea fans, you'll be delighted to hear that Chelsea have taken the lead against Everton in the Women's Super League. They're still in the title hunt. And to tell us all about that early goal at Kingsmeadow, Matt Temporal.
Yeah, it's a very, very important goal, and very important for them to break the deadlock early. It's Chelsea 1, Everton 0, and it's Guro Wrighton with the finish from inside the box. I have to say, it's been all Everton until the goal. But you know, when you're a top quality team like Chelsea are, it only takes a second to go ahead. So the move started with a run by Canarid, driving through the middle of the pitch. It all opened up for her all of a sudden. She laid off Guro Wrighton, who took the ball inside the box and hit a wonderful finish past the goalkeeper. So there's 15 minutes gone here, and it's Chelsea 1, Everton 0.
Thank you very much, Matt. We will be across the Kingsmeadow in the next what we got left? Just under an hour of the show left. Big game that in the WSL, big game in the Premier League, the men, and we can head across to East London and catch up with John Kane. The game has just got underway, John. One thing I did want to say to you at half-time, I don't think anything's happened in the game yet. West Ham applying the early pressure, but no central defenders fit at the moment, and yet Harry Maguire every week seems to be sitting on the bench, and that tells us all we need to know about him, surely, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And sadly, I mean, He's got that big name, hasn't he, Harry Maguire? But his performance hasn't been great. The mistakes that has been made by him in recent games, I think he's just more or less gave it the enough is enough sort of attitude by Eric Ten Hag. Of course, Gareth Southgate got different ideas because he always seemed to play for England. And people do say that playing in international level is different from playing in a Premier League or any other game, any other leagues around Europe. But I think if I was Harry Maguire, I will go elsewhere. You know, it's no harm and no shame in saying, right, I'm not fitting in well in this Manchester United team, because obviously if Eric Ten Hag wanted him, he would have played him in the games like this, like I said, especially when there's so many injuries in that back four.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. And West Ham started reasonably well in this game, haven't they?
They have. They piled on the pressure in the first 2 minutes. Every time that Manchester United player is getting on the ball, you see West Ham players literally fighting for them, and it caused David De Gea to a couple of clearances because Mikel Antonio twice just got into piling the pressure on him to clear it just anywhere, which he did, and it kept falling for West Ham players in the middle of the park. But at the moment, West Ham are really going for it this game, and you can see why. I think they probably can smell, and like Man United are there for the taking. They are playing at home as well. Big advantage. Yes, they haven't been there for a few games, but with this West Ham team, you could never predict which way it's going to go. But so far, so good. 3 minutes gone. It's still 0-0 at the London Stadium.
Thank you very much, John. No goals in that game. We've already heard of an opening goal for Chelsea. I can tell you, I think there's been a second. Yes, there's been a second goal in the game at Kingsmeadow.
The goals. This is Football Live.
It looks like Chelsea have got themselves a second goal in that game, and we will hear all about it from Matt Temporal in just a few moments time. But that's the latest from the game. It was an early goal from Guro right in after 12 minutes, and just waiting on the confirmation of whether that goal has actually taken place. It does look as if it might have been disallowed, actually. We'll try and find out from Matt, and we'll go back to him in a short while. Let's recap, actually, just quickly, just in case you're just joining us, what's happened so far in the show. I think I mentioned it just before we went to the break with Yenka on top of the hour. 5 games on the show today, and we've managed to come up with a full 20 goals for you. 9 of them were at the Groupama Stadium, where Lyon were 4-1 down at home to Montpellier. 4 goals from Alexandre Lacazette saw them turn that one around deep into injury time. A penalty, the winner late in the game. And Lyon won 5-4. What a match. Montpellier won 4-0 last week away at Monaco, by the way. We heard that one from Matt Key earlier. What a game. Fortuna Sittard 2, Vitesse 0. Vitesse still in trouble down at the bottom of the table. They're just 3 above the playoff relegation place. Newcastle 0, Arsenal 2. Great win that for Arsenal to apply the pressure on Manchester City. Napoli, we just heard Victor Osimhen from the penalty spot. Having missed earlier on in the second half, he got the winner from the spot to beat Fiorentina 1-0. And if you needed an excuse for a party, well, that Napoli goal was an excuse. 3 points for them, and they are champions already. We've already heard Chelsea 1, Everton 0. There wasn't a second goal in that game. We will be hearing from Matt Temporal on that one as well. Manchester United are currently playing at West Ham United. Around about 6 minutes gone. We'll be back with John Kane in a moment. West Ham United 0, Manchester United 0, and Borussia Dortmund 6, Wolfsburg 0 in the Bundesliga. 2 goals there for 6 goals in total, and Jude Bellingham got 2 for the home side. That's a statement result against the Wolfsburg side who have been doing very, very well this season. Let's head back to West Ham United against Manchester United. John Kane, last time we spoke, West Ham had made the brighter start. Have they settled down into the game, Manchester United?
They settled on slightly, but probably not as much as how much Manchester United fans would like to see. It's more to see is actually West Ham at the moment. They had two good chances. They had one, which is bad clearance from David De Gea, and it fell for Declan Rice just outside the penalty area, but he couldn't make much of it. And then again, it was a bad pass in the middle of the park. Paqueta took the ball, sprint forward, and his forward pass to Antonio was a bit too heavy for the West Ham striker. And also now I'm just seeing a brilliant chance as well for this time for Manchester United. It was a great shot from Bruno Fernandes. It just rushes the crossbar. So at the moment, both teams are really going for it. And we've seen as many chances we have now in the first 7 minutes. It's just been a bit an open game, really. I think that's the best way to try and describe it, Barry. It's an open game at the moment, and both teams really want to win this game for their own different reasons. Still, 7 minutes gone. It's West Ham 0, Manchester United 0.
A few moments ago in the WSL, I did tell you Chelsea were 2-0 up against Everton. It's not. It's still 1-0 in that game. Guro right in after 12 minutes. Let's cross to Matt Temporal. Matt, sorry for the misinformation there that you'd seen the second goal when you said, have I? Oh, where? And it was still 1-0. A mistake on my part. I was flagged up as there being a second goal in that game, but there wasn't. So false alarm. Still 1-0. Chelsea on top?
Yeah, it's fair to say that Chelsea are on top. You know, they're almost... Well, there was a slight chance of a goal. Sam Kerr, we all know how good she is. Had a few nice touches in the box and tried to smash it in the top corner with her left foot, but it just hit the outside of the side netting. So there's been no further goals. You know, Chelsea look comfortable, calm, but Everton are giving it a go. They've had a few nice moments in the final third, but haven't really created anything that's troubled the Chelsea goalkeeper yet. If anything, I would expect Chelsea to probably go on and get another goal, maybe before half time. At the moment, it's approaching 25 minutes, and it's Chelsea 1, Everton 0.
Yeah, still a long way to go in that game. Let's quickly cover the games being played today in the MPFL. They have all finished now. In Group A, first of all, well, the big game here was the game between Kwara and Nasarawa, the two Uniteds at the Akura Township Stadium. It's 8th against 9th, 2 of the bottom 3 in Group A in a relegation battle. No winning 6 for Kwara, 1 point above the visitors, and it finished 1-0 to Kwara. So they managed to end that barren spell thanks to an 82nd minute goal in that game from Ibrahim Yahaya to win the game. No such problems for Ayimba. They're second in the table. They absolutely wiped the floor with Gumba United. 5-0 they beat them this afternoon. Plateau United 1, Remo Stars 2. Remo in third, Plateau 5th. That was a big game as well. And Aqua 2, Warriors 0. Bendel dropping points there at the top of the table at the moment. But they could only draw. They're 4 points clear going into this weekend. They could only draw 1-1 today at home to Shooting Stars, who are down in 6th. In the Group B, Rivers United 2, Bielsa United 1. No shock really there, Rivers in 4th. Doma United are in 2nd, but they were held at home by struggling Enugu. That game ended 0-0. Wiki 4-0 victors today. Now they're bottom of Group B, but they beat Abaya Warriors by 4 goals to 0. Abaya a third. So that's a real turn up for the book, that result. That was a shock of the weekend in the MPFL. And Tornadoes playing Sunshine in what is effectively a Group B mid-table battle. And Sunshine went away to Tornadoes and won that game with a goal in each half by 2 goals to 0. Let's head back off to the London Stadium, where we've played just over 10 minutes, John Kane. And United trying to wrestle their way forward. It's a bit scrappy what I've seen of the game so far in the corner of my eye.
Yeah, it has been a bit scrappy. Manchester United trying to get back into the game, and they just had a brilliant chance of a lovely cross from the left-hand side, and it was flipped by Weghorst just outside the penalty area. Fell for Anthony, and Anthony's shot from just on the edge of the penalty area, again, just like Fernandes' shot, just brushed off the crossbar. United really trying to come back, and they've actually have been having quite a good patient build-ups, as we say, away from home. So, but I think scrappy is probably the best word for it. We've seen so many of the players from both sides just trying to play ball You play, we play, as Pat, our reporter said. But I think at the moment, the final product on both teams is not being great. 11 minutes gone. Still West Ham 0, Man United 0.
The goals. This is Football Live.
Earlier on, a false alarm. I told you Chelsea were 2-0 up against Everton women. Don't worry, they are now. They are 2-0 up, and we can head across to Matt Temporal, who can tell us all about a second goal for Chelsea women at Kingsmeadow.
Yes, no false alarm this time. It definitely is 2-0 to Chelsea, and it's Sam Kerr with her 10th WSL goal of the season, and a very, very, very good header. This was a bullet header into the top corner. It started with Guru Wrighton. She played a lovely ball through ball through to Niamh Charles, who knocked across into the back post, and Sam Kerr met the header so sweetly into the top corner. It could be a cricket score, this. I hope not, but I hope there's plenty of goals. At the minute, there's 2, and they're both for Chelsea. There's half an hour gone. It's Chelsea 2, Everton 0.
Chelsea in complete control there. That is one of their games in hand. It's going to go to the wire. That game against Manchester United women at Kingsmeadow next Sunday is going to be quite some match. Don't know what time it kicks off, but if it's during the show, we will have it covered right here on Sunday's Football Live show, exclusive to Brila FM. It's been a goal-happy afternoon. Antwerp now leading, having trailed to leaders Genk 2-1 in an absolutely massive game at the top in the Belgium League. Antwerp 2, Genk 1 in that match. And both those sides do have Nigerian players. Yusuf of Antwerp, Ghent have the likes of Aroka Dare and Saw in their squad this season. So there's a heavy influence of Nigerian players in that game this afternoon. And it's 2-1, and there's about 4 or 5 minutes to go in that match. Let's head back to John Kane again, who's I've just had a sign held up by my producer here, Pat Norette, who said, please leave my catchphrases alone. You play, we play. He said, get your own catchphrase, John. I can't think of one for you at the moment, but anything happening? West Ham 0, Manchester United 0?
I will try and find out something, and I'm sure Pat Rara, our producer, can actually put a copyright on it. No, nothing yet. It's 15 minutes gone. Both more possession for Manchester United. I mean, in the day, as we know, possession means nothing. But at this moment in time, Manchester United coming back into the game. They're having more of the possession, about 65% so far of the game. They're trying to control it, trying to have that patient build up from the back. It's not working that great because the ball is going to both sides of both flanks. But till now, with the 2 major shots that Fernandez have, and again, just now, Christian Eriksen had a brilliant chance as well. His shot, again, just gone just by the post. That's 3 chances now for Manchester United that you think that if actually bit on target, that would cause Fabianski big problems. But so far, the accuracy of these shots has been great. So it was no surprise when 15 minutes gone, it's still West Ham United 0, Manchester United 0.
Thank you very much, John. We didn't have a chance before kick-off to listen to what David Moyes had to say ahead of this afternoon's game, West Ham against Manchester United. So let's take the chance to listen to what David Moyes had to say in his pre-match conference yesterday ahead of today's game, which is currently being played, West Ham against Manchester United. David Moyes.
Overall, they've got a good side, Manchester United, but we had to play one of the best teams a few weeks ago in Arsenal. We have to play another one of the best teams in the Premier League in Manchester United, so we'll have to play very well. No, I think he's approached it in a really good way. He's had good response, and he's getting Manchester United much closer to the places where they all hoped they would be. I think Manchester United and ourselves are the teams who's probably the most difficult scheduling. But I do know that we're the team who's had the most only 2-day recoveries between all the games in the Premier League this season. So we've had a real difficult schedule.
Let's head back to John Kane there, who's probably listening into his earpiece, watching the game. The most two-day game recoveries, West Ham United having a big moan. We said before, if they get relegated and they win the Europa Conference, they'll be playing in Europe next season and a 46 game championship season. They'll be playing a lot more games in the space of 2 days. But he has got a point, and Manchester United are next best with the most games played of any team in the Premier League. Any sign of fatigue in the early stages?
No, not at all. They seem quite fresh, to be honest with you, Barry. They are actually playing very well. I think some of them probably would be a bit fresh because about 4 or 5 of the players were actually struck with that bug over the week, which prevented from playing against Manchester City in that 3-0 defeat away from home. But at the moment, there's no sign of that. I mean, what happened this season is very, very extraordinary, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, we had the World Cup right in the middle, and when that happened, you guarantee you're going to have games right, left, and centre, not just for West Ham United, but for so many clubs around the world trying to play catch up over that period of month and a half or two from that World Cup and around December time. So it's not just West Ham United who are actually having the problems of playing too many games, it's everyone else. I think the only issue that West Ham have, like we said, the distraction. They've got an extra games because of the European League that they're playing in, or the European Conference League. So at the moment, I mean, David Moyes can moan in a way as much as he wants, but I think that's what the difference that what Manchester City do. They've got depth, haven't they? They are probably Manchester City that you probably will not even see them moaning because they have got the right depth of the squad, whereas everyone else playing catch up when it comes to that.
Yeah, thank you very much, John. We'll be back with you just a few minutes from now. A good result for Chelsea yesterday, and Frank Lampard, after those 6 defeats out of 6 since Frank Lampard took charge as the temporary manager. We have seen him still. Actually, do you know what? I just got to cut off from the Chelsea men to tell you that Chelsea women have gone further ahead, and is it 2-0 with Sam Kerr? Let's go across and hear all about that goal from Matt Temporal.
Yes, and it's 3-0 to Chelsea now, and it's a goal that's come down that left-hand side of Chelsea. It's been bothering Everton all night so far, and there's only going to be more goals if they continue to play this way. The most interesting part of the whole thing, unfortunately, Sam Kerr has had to come off because of injury, and she was replaced by Pernille Harder, who has just scored with her first touch of the football. So Guro Wrighton was released down the left-hand side. She put in a square ball across the box. It missed every defender and also every Chelsea midfielder. But who was there to sweep it home? Pernille Harder, the substitute. And at the minute, it's Chelsea 3, Everton 0.
Yeah, it's all going the way of Chelsea, it seems. The third goal there. Thank you very much to Matt. Now, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back in a few minutes with updates from our 2 feature games. Chelsea women against Everton women at Kingsmeadow. And of course, across the city, it's West Ham United against Manchester United. You are listening to Premier League Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest, and Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. Next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Brila FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Follow Nairabet on Twitter @Nairabet and on Facebook @Nairabet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. Nairabet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
quick reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Brila FM. Looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show this coming Monday, exclusive to Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with Barry Swain.
Yeah, just to give you an update from the West Ham Manchester United game. Is still 0-0, 22 minutes gone, and both teams are playing in a very unorthodox kind of ways. It's quite ball domination from Manchester United. They're trying to get further into the West Ham half with that patient build-up, but they had 3 chances so far. But and through Fernandes, Eriksen, and Anthony, and they're trying keeping more and more. The West Ham players, they have got into it, but it's not really enough so far. But probably I'll give it more for Manchester United to becoming more and more into the game, and probably they're closer to score a goal than West Ham United. 23 minutes gone, still West Ham 0, Manchester United 0.
Thank you very much, John. Apologies, I went missing there. Muted myself by mistake. One of the hazards of being a broadcaster. This afternoon, still 0-0 between West Ham United and Manchester United. John Kane there stepping in to save my bacon. Thank you very much for that, John. Now, we spoke about Chelsea women 3-0 up already. Just 33 minutes gone against Everton at Kings Meadow. It looks like a good afternoon for Chelsea. Yesterday, 3 goals for the men. That's right. After 2 goals in just 6 matches with Frank Lampard in charge and not a single point, 6 losses out of 6. Finally, Frank managed to find a victory. Later on, 2 goals. They won 3-1 away at Bournemouth. Great result for them. Let's hear from the man who pulls the strings at Chelsea. No, not Frank Lampard. Not Pochettino. He hasn't taken the job yet, but the man at the very, very top, Todd Boehly. Here's the American owner, and he spoke this week about the long-term project at Chelsea.
The fans are demanding, and they want to win, and we get that. We want to win. So I think our view though was that this is a long-term project, and we're committed to the long term, and we very much believe that we're going to figure it out. We've got the best league in the world. We've got what I think is, the top city in the world. And we've got an unbelievable location in the top city in the world.
Interesting. Top city in the world. It's nice to know that he's figuring it out. And I think that's a fair assumption at the moment with Chelsea, because they are figuring it out. It's an expensive hobby, spending the money that Chelsea spent in January and the turnaround that has then followed in the months following. They still could have got relegated up until yesterday. I think they're more or less safe. They're never going to go down, were they? But, it's if you'd have said at the beginning of the season, Chelsea will still be mathematically in with a chance of going down in May, you'd have laughed. And if Bournemouth would have won yesterday, they would have gone above Chelsea in the league table. And now Chelsea's target this season, believe it or not, is to make sure that they finish above their neighbours Fulham in the league table. That's where we are at. I can tell you there's been a goal in the game between West Ham United and Manchester United, and an opening goal.
The goals. This is Football Live.
Oh my dearie me. David De Gea close your eyes now. I think he did close his eyes actually, because it's a horrible goal. And to tell us all about it, John Kane. I don't want to laugh or cry for poor old David De Gea, but that's a horrible goal, isn't it?
I mean, we've seen so many criticisms. Sometimes comes the aims at the Spaniard, and this time is definitely rightly so. It's West Ham United on the counter-attack. Was a bloody nice flick from Antonio before he got uninjured. The ball fell for Barama. It's gone between two players. The shot from outside the penalty area was not powerful. When I say it's not powerful, it was not powerful to say the least. Yet, it went into David De Gea. It was in the right position. And then he just slightly flicked it, and it goes into the back of the net. It seems like he wasn't even trying. And the more and more I look at the replay, his flick with his hands is just really soft. I mean, it's unbelievable goal, Barry. The ball was soft, the shot was soft, and De Gea's save was soft. It's West Ham 1, Manchester United 0. But I tell you what, he can deserve all the criticism, and he knows it. He knows it. His head is down on the floor. He's punching the floor, and the camera is on him because he knows he made a big mistake in that goal.
Johnny's shaking his head down there, and rightly so. I was waiting to look at the camera angles and all those angles that they give you, and I've looked at those replays just like you've been looking on the replays there. And I was expecting that ball to have bobbled or perhaps just spun up and suddenly moved. There wasn't any movement, was there? He was kind of about to push it away, and then I think he thought, hold on a minute, I think I can afford to push this one out. And I think he got caught a little bit in two minds, but there was no movement in the ball, was there?
No, not at all. There was no movement. Like you said, we looked at it from 2-3 different replays. There was no movement at all of the ball. And you have to admit, Barry, the more you look at it, the ball wasn't even a powerful shot. You know, it was just a basic shot that he could have probably leaned towards his right and saved it. But yet, he just decided, like I said, you're absolutely right, caught on two minds, try and thought, right, I'm going to push it away. But he did push it away, but into the back of his net.
Yeah, terrible mistake by David De Gea. A goal then in the game at the London Stadium, and it's gone to West Ham United and a soft goal. Another goal in the game between Chelsea and Everton women.
The goals. This is Football Live.
Yes, it's now 4-0 to Chelsea. And I think Matt Temporal did say earlier on, it sounds like it could be a cricket score. Sophie Ingle was just gone and scored a minute before half-time. We'll be back with Matthew in just a few moments' time to tell us about that goal. But Chelsea women 4, Everton women 0. And it's doing their goal difference a big boost as well. The Chelsea boys, as West Ham come forward looking for a second goal. But this time, hallelujah, David De Gea has caught the ball. Let's go to Matt Temporal, shall we? At Kingsmeadow, can tell us all about another Chelsea goal.
Yeah, Chelsea now are completely dominant. Everton will be begging for half-time because they've just been absolutely dominated here. It was Sophie Ingle, the midfielder, with a fantastically placed finish after a bit of pinball in the box, with a bit of scruffy build-up play. But Chelsea won't complain about that. You've just mentioned their goal difference. They've got a couple of games in hand after this, and if they keep performing like this, then that goal difference will very, very quickly be eaten away at, and it's going to be a very, very exciting end to the season, that's for sure. If Chelsea continue this level of performance, they're absolutely dominant here, and it's just finishing your chances. Everton have had a few chances, but they haven't come close to scoring. Chelsea putting away every single shot that they have on target at the minute, and I suspect that there'll be plenty more goals in this game. At the moment, we're quickly approaching half-time. It's Chelsea 4, Everton 0.
Well, Chelsea 4-0 up. They'll need to score a lot more if they have to actually drag back that goal difference on Manchester United. Manchester United have scored 6 more goals than Chelsea this season. That's after Chelsea's 4 today. And I can tell you, just when you thought it was 4, it's 5.
The goals. This is Football Live.
Yes, it's now 5-0 to Chelsea right on the stroke of half-time. 2 goals in a minute. and we'll be back to Matt in just a few moments' time to tell us all about that next goal, the fifth goal. I was just going to say Chelsea's goal difference is considerably less than the Manchester United. Still scored 4 less than Manchester United, and Manchester United have conceded 4 less than Chelsea. So there's still an 8-goal deficit for Chelsea to close in on. But they'll close to winning 4 points of Manchester United, and they meet next week in London. Chelsea against Manchester United. What a match that will be! It's Manchester United against Chelsea next weekend. We'll have that one covered right here on Football Live, I'm sure. Chelsea, if they win, will go to winning 4 points, but there's still plenty of football to be played in that particular league. Still plenty of football to be played in the Premier League. 3 weeks today. We'll all wrap up once and for all. We'll know who's going to win the league. We'll know who's going into the Champions League and the Europa League. And we'll also know who's going down. We'll be across to John Kane to hear about a Manchester United chance in just a second. Matt Temporal on the stroke of half-time. Chelsea have got a 5th. It's come from Jess Fleming. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, now Everton are actually trying to give Chelsea goals here, it looks like. It's a very, very, very bad error from the Everton centre-half, Bjorn. Just a hopeful ball played forward. Bjorn didn't know whether to clear it or take a touch. He took a touch and it was awful, and it sent Pernil Harder clean through on goal. She squared it to Jessie Fleming, who tapped it into the empty net. It's Chelsea 5, Everton 0. Everton will be really wanting half-time now. Chelsea, they don't mind. They'll carry on playing all night like this.
Thank you, Matt. I don't know about wanting half-time. I think they want full-time. Get on the bus, go home, forget all about it. Forget it ever happened. 5-0, and it isn't even half-time yet. It's deep into stoppage time. So we'll be back with Matt in just a few minutes' time. Let's quickly go to West Ham United against Manchester United. That calamity from David De Gea has West Ham United in front. Around about 11, 12 minutes to go to half-time. John, any response from Manchester United?
Yes, apologies. Yes, we have seen a big response from Manchester United. It was a lovely move from Anthony from outside the penalty area. Beautiful shot, but it's just been deflected through one of the West Ham players, and it hit the bottom of the post, and it went out for a corner. But obviously the corner just gone for nothing. 2 minutes before that, West Ham have their own chance. Antonio from the left-hand side got across. Beautiful pass into Jared Bowen from just outside the 6-yard box, but his ball was a bit soft towards David De Gea. And like you mentioned earlier, David De Gea managed to get a hold of that ball safely. 34 minutes gone. It's still West Ham United 1, Manchester United 0.
Thank you very much for that, John. The Ivory Coast defender Aziz Utara Mohamed was sent off deep into stoppage time, along with Trezor as well. 2 players sent off. This is for Genk in the Belgian league, and they've ended up losing 2-1 in that top of the table showdown with Antwerp. Antwerp taking over at the top of the table as a consequence of picking up all 3 of those points, and they had to do it from behind. Let's go to Matt Temporal. Half-time whistle has gone in the game between Chelsea women and Everton women. One-way traffic for you in the first half, Matt.
Yeah, can you believe it? There hasn't been another goal scored since you last came to me. Yeah, it's 5-0 to Chelsea. Completely dominant. There's no doubt that, this is their Kevin Keegan moment. They're coming for this title. Manchester United might feel like they're comfortable at the top of the table, but those games in hand, and if Chelsea keep putting goals away like this, then they'll be on their tails quite quickly. The all goals were quite good. The first 4 were fantastic, actually. And then at the end there, Everton seemed to just be losing concentration, and who can blame them, losing spirit after being completely dominated in the entire first half. One concern for Chelsea going forward might be the injury to Sam Kerr. It looks like she rolled her ankle in scoring her goal, and they will not want her to be sidelined for the rest of the season. So no wonder they took her off before half-time, just as a precautionary measure. Hopefully it's nothing too serious for Chelsea's title charge. But at half-time here, it couldn't be more comfortable for Chelsea. It's Chelsea 5, Everton 0.
Now, we did say earlier on a big win for Chelsea's men yesterday. They beat Bournemouth 3-1 away. Frank Lampard finally getting his first win, his first points, and 3 goals as well. It was a good afternoon down on the Dorset coast for Frank Lampard. Let's hear from a very happy Frank Lampard.
Feels good, a good day. We had to fight for the win, but we also dominated a lot of the game in our way. And in the moment we're in, the season it's been, any win and any sign of progression feels good, and you have to work for it. And the lads did today. Every one of them, everyone who started, everyone who came on and affected the game, because all the subs are really positive. The connection with the fans, I want to say thanks to them because they were brilliant from pre-game, during game, end of game. And it's nice to see that connection at the end of the game because it's important. And the fans will always react when the players put in a shift and try to play the right way and make a lot of sprints and make all the things that the basics of the game. So it was a nice, small, positive step forward today.
That was Frank Lampard speaking after that 3-1 victory for Chelsea yesterday against Bournemouth. It pretty much cements their place in the Premier League for another season. Who would have thought that we'd be talking in May about the possibility of Chelsea being relegated from the Premier League? But it's not going to happen. We heard from Todd Bowley a little while ago, and that was Frank Lampard speaking after the win at Bournemouth yesterday. Let's head back, shall we, to the game between West Ham United and Manchester United. John Kane, a yellow card for Manchester United.
Yes, absolutely. Yellow card for Manchester United. And when you look back at it, you think there is no need for that. It was a yellow card for Montpellier. Jared Bowen was in the middle of the park. It wasn't going anywhere. Montpellier, the United player, from behind, he catches in the back of Jared Bowen's ankle. And you can see he was on the ground for a couple of minutes. You can't understand, but rightly so. No VR was involved, but a yellow card was brandished for the Man United player. If you would think if Jared Bowen was actually heading somewhere, then you would probably say Montpellier will try anything to do so. But it's very, very reckless challenge, and it's definitely a yellow card that Manchester United don't need. 38 minutes gone. It's West Ham United 1, Manchester United 0.
Continuing on the Chelsea theme, let's hear from Conor Gallagher, shall we? He was amongst the goals in that 3-1 victory away at Bournemouth yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it feels great. We just wanted to give a good performance today. Obviously, we haven't been good enough recently, so this was a really important game for us. And I think we performed well and we deserved the win. So hopefully we can move that performance forward and gain confidence from it. It felt a lot better. I think everyone seemed, a bit more confident and like kind of in what we were doing. And I think it definitely worked, and we created a lot of chances and we controlled the game. It was a good team collective performance, and we just need to carry on now.
And elsewhere yesterday, Manchester City, they beat Leeds United. Only 2-1. A late Leeds United goal giving Manchester City something to think about right until the final whistle in Sam Allardyce's first game in charge as the new Leeds United manager. Let's hear from the Leeds United defender Max Wober, who was disappointed with the loss away at the Etihad.
We had a really tough first half. We were just defending. We're not strong enough on first and second balls, which was our game plan to be annoying there, get counter attacks, win the first ball, win the second ball. But they just played all around us and it was difficult. And unfortunately, they could score two. But I think in the second half, we did a better job. Get our chances, got close, made the 2-1. And unfortunately, couldn't create any more chances for a draw. But still, I think we showed really good togetherness again and showed also defense that we are still alive and we are still fighting for this club.
Coming into the last 5 minutes in the game between West Ham United and Manchester United, still 1-0 to West Ham. And that is a result that will please Liverpool no end and might just cheer up Newcastle United, who lost 2-0 earlier in our other feature game against Arsenal. Let's head back to hear about a chance, though, for Manchester United, John Kane.
Yes, it was a chance literally out of nowhere. Marcus Rashford picked up the ball and for about 25-30 yards, he lashed it. Really powerful shot. And again, just like Anthony's, Eriksen and Fernandes balls, again, it goes just by the post. But you can't really fault Manchester United. They have been trying. But I tell you what, you were mentioning about how happy Newcastle will be. And I'm sure David Moyes will be very happy if he can win today. Not just for West Ham's sake, but even on a personal level. Just to prove Manchester United that they were wrong in sacking him a few years ago. But 4 minutes gone to go till half-time. It's West Ham United 1, Manchester United 0.
Thank you very much, John. Let's hear now from Sam Allardyce. We spoke about Leeds United going down 2-1 at Manchester City yesterday. Still in big trouble down at the bottom, Sam Allardyce and his new Leeds United side. They've only got 3 games to turn it around. Here is Sam Allardyce.
I was slightly fearful, but second half we sorted it out in the dressing room and we said they're playing with too much fear, get on the front foot and go and challenge Manchester City. And apart from a silly penalty, that we gave away, but a brilliant save from Joe. Gave us an opportunity to get back in the game with a fantastic finish. And when you see Man City running the clock down for 4 minutes in their own corner in the penalty area, you know you've got a chance. So we still had a chance right to the very end, but that didn't quite happen.
Well, it's been a fantastic afternoon here on Football Live. Still got about 20 minutes to go till the end of the show. It has been a fantastic show as well. We've had 7 live featured games on the show today, and they have a combined total of 26 goals, and 2 of those games haven't gone beyond half time yet. We haven't even reached half time in the game between West Ham United and Manchester United, and a calamitous mistake from David De Gea has given Ben Rama a lead and a goal for West Ham in that game. Really big mistake that from the Spanish goalkeeper. Chelsea 5-0 up at half time. They've only got one more goal to get to marry up with the top winners today so far. Borussia Dortmund smashing 6 past Wolfsburg without reply. But the game of the day, 9 goals in the game between Lyon and Montpellier. Lyon winning 5-4. 4 goals for Alexandre Lacazette, the former Arsenal man. And this after Montpellier had gone 4-1 ahead. An absolutely fantastic game that was at the Groupama Stadium for Matthew Key, our reporter, earlier on in the show. Let me remind you that we are back next Saturday afternoon on the show on Football Live. It's in the slightly earlier time of 1 o'clock in the afternoon with myself, Barry Swain. We'll start off with Leeds United against Newcastle United. That is a big match, the lunchtime kickoff in the Premier League. Then we'll move on to a very busy afternoon. 5 matches kicking off at 3 o'clock. Chelsea against Nottingham Forest, Manchester United against Wolves, Crystal Palace taking on Bournemouth, and Aston Villa against Tottenham Hotspur, plus Brentford against West Ham United and Southampton against Fulham. 6 games, not 5. And we'll also keep a close eye on the Bundesliga leaders, Bayern Munich. They are at home to Schalke. That's a very busy afternoon next Saturday afternoon with myself from 1 o'clock through until 5. Football Live exclusive on Brila FM. So a good win today for Napoli. They are the champions. And here's our tribute to Napoli and Victor Osimhen.
Osimhen! The man who's led the line all season is the one to get the goal that will win them the Scudetto. And Napoli are alive again. It's over. The 33-year wait is over. Napoli are the champions of Italy. Napoli balla!
And of course, a lot of people worldwide consider the Premier League as the best and the strongest league. But of course, I'm on the process. I'm in the phase. So now I'm in one of the best league in the world, which is the Italian Serie A. Of course, I'm working so hard to make sure that I achieve my dream in playing, of course, in the Premier League someday.
You mentioned there Victor Osimhen, a possible move to the Premier League. One of the clubs being linked to him, as well as Chelsea, are Manchester United. They're in action this afternoon. The half-time whistle is just around the corner. Let's head back to East London and to John Kane. West Ham United still in front. Just gone into first half stoppage time. Any sign of a Manchester United comeback, John?
Well, we have seen a few chances for Manchester United. We just got into injury time. In fact, it's only 1 minute of it is going to be. So we're about 20 seconds into it. We have seen a few chances in the last 5 minutes, but nothing that actually would have probably troubled Fabianski. So at the moment, West Ham are very happy to go in with that 1-0 lead. Of course, still West Ham United 1, Manchester United 0.
Thank you very much for that, John Kane. We'll head back to him for a half-time report very soon, with just 1 minute being added on in that particular game. By the way, as things stand, West Ham United have just had the bet. I was just going to give you some latest odds, and they suspended it. And the reason they suspended it is there was a big chance for Manchester United, but it came to nothing. But there is a shout of a VAR penalty at the other end for a handball on Lindelof, and we're waiting to hear whether it's going to be a West Ham United penalty. It looks like it will be. Benrahma plays it in. It hits the arm of Lindelof, and VAR are having a quick look here. But the half-time whistle has gone, and David De Gea walks gingerly off, and John Kane is watching this game. John, I don't know how you summarise this, but for me, that's a penalty. And then the half-time whistle blows, and that's a let-off for Manchester United.
It is a massive let-off. Initially, when I've seen it, you would think that actually Lindelof's hands and arms were close to his body. Second time round, when you see it from a different angle, it was a bit stretched out, and that was a big chance for Benrahma to cross it into that penalty, into that 6-yard box. VAR looked at it, and it hasn't given. And I think it's going to be one of them decisions that we've seen this season. We've seen quite a few of them. When we look at the decisions from VAR, hasn't been a good decision. I think what should have been done, they should have asked the referee to go back and have a look at that decision, because that could be a make or break for both sides, especially for West Ham United, who are still 4 points above the relegation zone. Yes, they are winning, but 2-0 is different from 1-0, assuming that penalty would have gone in. But VAR looked at it. It's not a penalty. It's half-time. It's West Ham 1, Manchester United 0.
John, what I find really annoying with VAR, and I was a VAR advocate, and I have been for about 3 years since they introduced it. Probably in the last 3 months, I think I've started to give up on it. But the consistency is just not there, is it? And that was, to me, a blatant handball. It hits him on the arm. They see it as being a natural position. There's no consistency. I've seen a lot of penalties given this season, for less than that. And it's the inconsistency. And now people are starting to say, is it favouring Manchester United? Is it favouring Liverpool? Is it favouring Arsenal? Well, no, it's not really, because it worked against Manchester United the other day, but it worked in favour of Liverpool against Fulham in midweek. I just think there's too many inconsistencies. They're not going to get it right. What's the point of having it in place?
Well, I'm a big fan of VAR. I'm going to have to say this, and even now, I'm a big fan of VAR. The problem is not with the technology. The problem is with the people who are actually in the VAR boxes in Stanley Park or whatever it is, which are not doing their job right. And we have heard and we've seen so many former ex-referees who are pointing out that the Stanley Park made loads of decisions when it comes to VAR. The technology is there, is to rectify the mistakes. But it seems like VAR is bringing and showing these mistakes, but those who are actually in the boxes at the time, they're not doing anything about it. And that's what is actually letting VAR down. But as a technology, I think it's brilliant, because we have seen mistakes has been rectified because of it. But if you go on to the 30-40% that decisions go wrong, you have to blame the people behind these cameras.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh, my word. It's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow. Just wow. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest, and Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. Next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Brila FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Follow Nairabet on Twitter @Nairabet and on Facebook @Nairabet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. Nairabet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
Quick reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Brila FM. Looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show this coming Monday, exclusive to Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by Nairabet, with Barry Swain.
Yes, welcome back. And I can tell you at half-time, it's West Ham United that lead against Manchester United by 1-0. But plenty of talking points that we've got our teeth into. And I've no doubt the guys back at Brila FM will be talking about long into the evening after this show. The David De Gea error that led to the Benrahma goal that's given Manchester United something to chase at half-time. But it could have been worse. It could have been 2. It perhaps should have been a penalty. Is VAR serving its purpose? Is VAR getting it right? Is 60% of the good decisions enough to outweigh the ones that are just frustrating the life out of us all as football fans? Is it the right technology? It's not really the technology, isn't it? It's the people that are using it. How do we combat that? Interesting conversation that to be had. Don't forget you can combat that by telling us what you think on Twitter at Brila FM 889 and on Facebook at 889 Brila FM. And we'll be handing back to Yanka and all the team on top of the hour in around about 6 minutes time. Manchester United trailing at half-time by 1-0. I can tell you that Kylian Mbappe has scored after just 8 minutes, and Paris Saint-Germain, who are heading towards another title in France. I know Lens are giving them a good run for their money after beating Marseille last night 2-1 to close the gap, but it's 3-0. Paris Saint-Germain 1 after just 8 minutes. Kylian Mbappe, 3 as good as relegated, and defeat tonight won't really help their cause. Napoli are champions already, of course, in Italy. They beat Fiorentina earlier on today by 1-0. We just played that tribute to the only goal scorer of that game from the penalty spot, Victor Osimhen, to give Napoli a 1-0 win. And I'd imagine there's a good party going on in the city of Naples right at this moment in time. What a game between Lyon and Montpellier. Montpellier 4-1 up, lost 5-4. 4 goals for Alexandre Lacazette at the Groupama Stadium. We also covered Arsenal earlier on today. A great 2-0 victory. Not many people thought they would go and get something today at Newcastle United, but my goodness me, how wrong were they? And well, a 2-goal win there for Arsenal. Clean sheet at Newcastle United. Not many teams go to St James's Park and keep a clean sheet. They've got an excellent home form. Good result that for Arsenal, and it keeps the pressure on Manchester City. Of course, no Lionel Messi, by the way, today for Paris Saint-Germain away at Troyes. He is currently suspended by the club after travelling to Saudi Arabia. I haven't been told not to, and I just wonder, are we going to see him ever again in a Paris Saint-Germain jersey, because he is on his way out of the club? Let's head back for the early stages of the second half in the game at the King's Meadow. It's Chelsea women 5, Everton women 0. Matt Temporal is watching this one for us. Matt, the game is over as a contest, but any sign of any more Chelsea goals?
Not so far in the second half. They've only really just kicked off. You're right, it's over in terms of a contest. That's certain. It's certain that Chelsea are going to get the 3 points today. But what is uncertain is exactly how do they play this second half now? Do they try and score more goals to boost that goal difference? Or do they sit back a little bit and try and preserve a bit of energy? They've already made a change in the first half because of Sam Kerr's injury. They've made a further 2 changes at half-time. Guru Wrighton and Yves Perisset, the fullback, have been taken off to be replaced by Lauren James and Alsu Abdelina. So it looks like, they're 5-0 up. Does Emma Hayes want to protect some of her players and just save a few bodies for maybe some more important games in the future? That's what it looks like. At the moment, it's still 5-0 to Chelsea. 50 minutes played here.
Yeah, it's looking good for Chelsea. Lauren James is on. Of course, she is the sister of Reece James, the Chelsea fullback, who's currently out injured. Just mentioned that Paris Saint-Germain already ahead through Kylian Mbappe at the Stade de l'Aube. Elsewhere this evening in Italy, Verona look to bounce back from a 6-0 midweek home loss against Inter. There's a huge match for them away at Lecce today. 2 teams directly outside the relegation zone. Sporting Lisbon in Portugal go to Pacos, with the Champions League chances diminishing now. It looks very unlikely they will be playing in the Champions League next season. Let's hear now from the Liverpool goalscorer yesterday in the win over Brentford. It's Mo Salah. Another 3 points for Liverpool. Champions League is still on for the Reds.
We need to keep winning, so that was the main thing for us today, and I'm glad that we did. So nothing mattered more than 3 points, which what we did today. Was everybody was having dressing room. That's great. So we just need to keep going. It means a lot to me. Like I said before, I feel home here. I'm happy, and hopefully we just need to finish the season the best possible way. But as much as I'm scoring goals, team winning games, that's the most important thing.
Well, that was Mo Salah, another win, another Mo Salah goal, beating Brentford yesterday. They beat Fulham in midweek. They're on a great run of form at the moment. Liverpool grinding out results and picking up points as well. And that's putting pressure on Manchester United, who are losing this afternoon away at West Ham United 1-0 at half-time. Latest odds with Nairabet in that game at half-time. West Ham are 1.95 for the victory. The draw is 3.4, and it's 4.20 for Manchester United to come back from behind and win and take all 3 points at the London Stadium this afternoon. Well, that's a big ask. It's been a good afternoon for Liverpool so far. What with West Ham United beating Manchester United 1-0 at half-time. Earlier on today, we heard, of course, right here with Billy Andrews covering the match at St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Arsenal 2. Great result that for Arsenal, and they continue to put the pressure on. 3 games tomorrow: Fulham against Leicester, Brighton against Everton, Nottingham Forest against Southampton. That is a must-win for both teams. I think the loser of that might well be going down to the Championship next season. By the way, the Championship finishes tomorrow. Millwall against Blackburn, Middlesbrough against Coventry, Swansea against West Brom, Preston against Sunderland. Plenty of teams vying for a place in the playoff and potentially a place in the Premier League next season. Sheffield United and Burnley have already been promoted. West Ham 1, Manchester United 0 at half-time. Chelsea 5-0 up in the Women's Super League against Everton in the game that we've been featuring up until the early stages of the second half. Thank you very much to all of our reporters that have been on the show today. Tom Cooney, Matt Key, Billy Andrews, Ash Sandiford, Dean Kilford, Matt Temporal, and of course John Kane, and our producer Pat Noret. Thank you very much for listening to Football Live.
Today's show was produced by Pat Noret and powered by Hollandia Civita and our official betting partner Nairabet.